but the fact that that is cool as hell. Changing from Noxus to Spirit Blossom. That is a hell of an intro. Welcome to Spirit Blossom. We hope you enjoy your stay.
30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Yep, you'll notice already in the top corner. One spawn. Spawns have changed quite significantly. Have to keep an eye out for that. Now, do they sort Karis down here? They do. Karis was just hanging around just in case there was any level 1 shenanigans. And IP win this. Nico is unbeatable. Nico is very, very good. Derby starting with a W, not getting it on target though. So no mana flow. No electrocute proc. Aki spotted out on his blue buff start. That's not, not a common ward to be put down. Well, I is fairly common, but like not the most common warding location. Good fast one from Leave. That stuff matters. It's the single crash down, not the double. PP got good damage onto him. Not by pulling the ignite, but you get pots on PP God. So that's an ignite down, and I don't think you get that much value from it. You must use value out of it now at the level 2 before PP God's pots fully tick through. Got both active, but the pots onto Nico much less valuable than damage on someone like the Corki. Oh, I say that, you know. You do have what's it call it? Nico, who does good damage early game too. Electrocutes traded in mid lane. Bunny versus Fox. Hey, Solar Puppy, good to see you. Aki, uncontested on his clear bot side. Same with Monkey. But Aki has actual wards on him. Gives Monkey some options to play around. No, you can choose to skip a gank, get a camp, gank bot. Tane backing at the first level. Having to go towards a refill pot. Vampire pulled that ignite early. Aki now going over towards blue buff, and now Monkey, because bot lane is losing, potentially losing his own buff. That's a problem. They're going to hit level 2. Level 3, though, very close, though, from leaving people gone. They hit it now. Monkey goes, still has a smite, doesn't use that. Smite -1 by Monkey. Aki smite keep quite poor there. Drove into a wall, dragged backwards. Oh, Aki, that's a problem. Does he have to flash? Get some good damage onto Monkey there. Vampire missed the flash Q onto Aki. Oh, Vampire. No flash, no ignite. Does he go down for first blood? Yeah, he does. Now who's getting into the wall? Great charm from Doombeat. Potentially saves the lives of one of his bot laners. Leaf comes back over the wall and comes back for one last false bomb. Potentially Karis gets one kill back. Do they get a second one? There's a double buff onto Doombeat, who gets a second kill as well. Feats are strengthened by them. And the bot lane of WE losing early game so hard, it throws the rest of the team under the bus. NIP 3 for 1, 2 kills going towards Ari early on. Very surprised that WE failed so poorly in that early game skirmish. Honestly, Vampire using that ignite for nothing in lane into missing that flash Q. Biggest mistake so far of this game that could be absolutely critical. Monkey gets a good smite score. This is a very good smite secure. Has to flash out of the bot lane coming through, but then missing the combo, that changes the play completely. Sadly, just reacted to with that flash. And this charm flash, absolutely superb from Doombeat. Doombeat saves the game with this, potentially. If you get an easy kill there, that's probably another 2 on the bot lane, and even though Vampire had made the mistake, might have been fine. PP God, does he die to the Q on the way back? No, he doesn't. Ends up living. Well played there from PP God to survive. I'm glad that as soon as I get back to start casting WE, Vampire has an absolute shock. So I get to have this, you know, plausible deniability that Vampire has just been inting all along. Dragon has started up. It's quite a dark rift, isn't it? Looks quite gloomy, actually, the Rift, doesn't it? The color scheme's nice, but it's quite, I guess the red buff ticking as well. Hang on a second. This could be a bit of an issue. Wandering over now. There is a smite from Aki. Here comes Vampire again. He's only level 2. Vampire, buddy, you got to be a little careful there. Another charm lands. Aki. Hang on a second. Dragon's still leashed. The rest of the team comes over. Kind of surprised that Vampire got out that alive. He's still only level 2, by the way. Half HP. What do you do here as Vampire? He's level 2. He's failed all of his early plays. Failed all of them. Was under a 3rd HP. He goes back. He's got nothing. He's got nothing to work with. The early game laning phase from NIP, so good. Now, they'll have to follow it up. They'll have to capitalize, but W in such a poor place because of the way their bot lane's been playing. Double buff, 2 kills, Zari. Medjai's angle. Well, he didn't have the Dark Seal, but yes, it should be. Like, when you're snowballing like this, you should definitely be thinking about it. Of course, the Rod of Ages build sort of dead now, really. And doing that mana crystal probably should have just been the Dark Seal. Don't really like the Merc Treads this early on. I think you can fight a lot harder here. Yes, I know that Aurora is kind of scary in terms of the trading. You want the movement speed and everything else. But yeah, Ari doesn't really want to build the Rod of Ages as much now. The item's been nerfed, and her stats have been nerfed in terms of her tank stats. Feels like going towards bulkier builds feels a lot worse as Ari now. Down 10 CS on Karis, but well, 5 CS actually. Doesn't matter too much. Ari coming over, has level 6. Monkey, use that shield. Now Peep God's in a bit of trouble. How's the heal? This one's a lot better this time. Using the Valkyrie for damage, does leave. And now things get turned around. Remember, no flash on Vampire. Good Q coming through. And because they don't kill the Nico, I guess they get another cooldown. And Vampire once again pulls an Ignite for not very much. Yeah, they did blast the reins. They, you know, the Vampire Killers of Toto, very, very talented lot they were. They did blast the reins down in Africa. Derby on the roam, level 6, dropping a wave. I mean, if he goes towards Vampire, probably does just die with the Ignite. Instead goes down for a turret plate instead, makes sure they gets an extra one. Now Leaf can... this is fun, because Leaf can now recall on this wave. He can go mid instead. That being said, plate goes over to Karis instead. I'm not loving this from NIP in terms of their lane assignment. Grubs are now spawning at this point. We do typically see the bot lane rotations happen a little before this, but that's typically because the grubs are a different spawn. Flash away, so like he'll not want to get slammed into the wall and then dragged into an equalizer. Haven't really had much chance to talk about Solar Kill. Of course, Shanji not on the Rift. Remember, folks, only one spawn of grubs now. Is important to get them. If you get 3 of them, it's like having, I guess, like 5 from the last set. First one goes down. No trade across the map. First one goes down with no smite. NIP. It looks like they're going to claim all of them with the recall coming through from Monkey. So that's a big win coming through from NIP. They will get all 3 grubs. They get themselves one of the feats of strength, by the way, from this. Another thing you'll need to keep an eye on in the new patch as well is the petals are very important because the Atakan increases their value even more. So don't be dropping those petals for too much. Good CS lead from Karis. 20 CS lead opened up onto Doomby out of nowhere as Karis had a better lane assignment than the NIP. But of course the grubs on the other side were very important. It's basically like having 6 grubs. 5-6 grubs anyway. Silent voice lines are kind of crazy. You so crazy. The slow is bad. The slow is... the slow and damage, it's a nice permanent buff though, I think. Considering it is actually combat beneficiary. It's pretty big. Karis, most gold in the game right now, by the way. I want to see how NIP can... I mean, so there is no objective trade now grubs to dragon, which has been the very commonplace. Very commonplace. Dragon spawning in a minute. Vampire spotted out. Good Foss spawn again. Levy's been pretty good with his Foss bombs so far. Just hit almost every single one on screen that we've seen so far. Ari going back. No, it is going towards the Malignance on the Ari. But no Dark Seal yet, so Doomby minus points for not realizing the snowball effect of the champion. Vampire. Still behind full level, by the way. Level 5 to level 6. Vampire really been exposed in this early game. Poor laning phase. Poor ability to play from behind the game too. Typically, Vampire has not been a player that's done very well from behind the game. Dragon's spawning now. Are they going to be able to get the Magnet Storm in time for this? No. If you don't get level 6 on the Rel, that's a huge loss. It's a huge loss. Ward is over the wall. How are you going to start up the Dragon? Solo Kill has teleport, has ultimate. Leave in a bit of trouble. Flash in. That's better. Leave. Really caught out. Double flash away from the Impale. Who's coming in now? It's going to be Scion. Walks in through with the ultimate. What was Leave doing there? Flashed onto you by Monkey. Great combo. Monkey, great pick from him. Yes, the 6 grubs, well, the 3 grubs we can use on those towers on the bot side. Monkey getting chunked out a little bit. Vampire, hang on a second. Here comes Durnby. Charm lands onto the back line. Q not getting that much value. Looks like we're looking for a smite fight. Equalizer is okay. And the combo from Aura is fine as well. Dragon, either side. Durnby, not getting much done there. Can they just push towards bot side, get that first turret? Maybe able to, actually. It's a Cloud Rift. Worth noting that, of course, Karis picked up that kill. Important for him. PP God, caught out. Does have that level 6. Do you have Durnby around the corner? Good Q coming through. And he's just going to walk down into his death anyway. Flashback from Karis. Durnby doesn't have the ultimate. Do have that from Levi instead, though. 1 for 1 as Vampire overstays. So now we have Dragon apiece. Grubs over towards NIP. We do see those flowers now included on the top, by the way. The flowers are... they've changed the place of the flowers on the HUD. They're Spirit Blooms? Spirit Blooms, I think they are. That's the name of them. By the way, after you take out Khan, if you kill enemy champions, I believe that you get the petals as well. I think that's the case. Maybe that's not true. But yes, for those of you who are tuning in for our first games, Herald spawns at 15 minutes now. The grubs spawn, is it 8 minutes, 9 minutes? Changed that, see? Monkey going in for camp steal. NIP coming in, weirdly, as underdogs today, I think. Because WE were playing very well recently, and NIP were playing very poorly. PP God. Did die in that last play. Trying to get some damage into Vampire, who does have Merc Treads now, which makes this game a lot easier. Karis clearing out bot side. Karis, good game on the Aurora so far. Both mid laners have the Malignance, which means they've skipped over going towards something like a Rod of Ages. Feats of Strength nearly picked up from NIP. Need themselves first turret or one more objective. W very likely to lose that one. Actually, interested more into AP items scaling on Frig's video. What do you mean by that? Now I know that Crypt Bloom is kind of dead as an item. Lichbane has been changed. Horizon Focus changed. Malignance some more AP. Roam towards the bot side of the map. Maki does have ult coming up in the next handful of seconds. Not available just yet. Crazy how Vampire's not on the underdog team. Yeah, hang on a second, DMB. Escape through that one. Can charm onto the Skarnet. Might have to use that ultimate. No, doesn't have to. Don't be safe in this sideline. Where is your Dark Seal, DMB? And towards a Vamp Scepter instead, not Vamp Scepter, Amp Turn instead. We get ourselves into a pause. Well, that's the end of our pause trivia. Damn. Very quickly resolved. However, if you'd like to tell me who you think they are, you let me know. There are 5 players with 5 titles in the LPL. The most, that is the most. You tell me who. Yep, Knight is one of them. Clear Level's one of them. Xiaohu is one of them. And there are 2 more. There are 2 more. So you've got Knight, Xiaohu, and Clearlove. You've given me those 3. There are 2 more who have won 5 LPL titles. And let me know who they are. No, it's not Ming. It's not Ming. Not Jackalove. You know Jackalove has only ever won 2 titles. One of which was this split, this last split. Not Mako either. Nope. What the heck is that first line? Is that Corky? Monkey, maybe getting queued onto here. Level up, actually. Aki going on to Taeyun. Where's the CC follow-up? Not that much. Vampire takes down PP God. Taeyun actually the one to get that kill. Leave gets some good damage. Taeyun pretty low HP now. And Leave is just completely ahead in terms of his HP pool. Now, the problem is, you might have taken down the support, but it was a support Nico. Not a bad equalizer, I suppose, but it's not doing that much damage, all things said and done. Derby has his ult. Taeyun lucky to escape from that play. Flash out from Cube. So, 1 for 1. Derby still has his ult, has level 11, has Malignance going towards him. It does have the Dark Seal as well. That's important. So you want to jump forward on someone. Oh, the Charm flashes forward. Just lead with... He doesn't have the ult, brother. I missed that one. Misread that. Monkey flashing, getting over the wall. Stoneby loses his flash. Can't outplay him this time. And yeah, as correctly said in chat, one of the others was Kanavi. Kanavi was one of the others that won it. And there's one left. Who do you think that is? Herald taken by NIP. Objective dominance from them so far. Dragon has spawned on the bot side of the map as WE lazy on their timers so far. Not really getting the best out of... Oh, wow. Instant Herald pop top. Instant for that. Maybe feeling they can get the full tower here. Oh, yeah. Herald does less damage to the tower itself now. A little bit less. Does a little under half. It's easier to drive, though, the Herald nowadays. The Shy's only ever won 1 LPL title, folks. He's only ever won 1. 2019 Spring, the only title which Shy ever won in the LPL. That's not him. Good double charge in towards that top side. Gold put between solo lanes. Monkey on bot side. No contest from NIP. First tower was claimed by NIP, but it doesn't matter, actually, because they got themselves the first objective as well. They have that 3 grubs. They can push around the map very, very quickly. Look how much tower killing potential they have with just the 1 spawn of grubs. Don't have to invest much to contest into that. And Monkey is taking so long to stay. Dragon, he hasn't even finished it yet. There's still Smite available from Aki. It's claimed by Monkey as PP Gold gets the Scorpion through the wall. Vampire going in for a big engage, but not really. Clear Love and God, who was the last one? I forgot the last one in that. Solo kill rather. Dragon getting... Monkey has been insane. Considering how he was inted in his first clear by his bot lane's laning phase, really think he's been doing a good job. They get some okay damage onto Karis, but he still managed to get his ults off. Lee doesn't end up flashing out of the Impale, which is kind of criminal. Cube gets an overheated Flame Spitter across 3 people. And Doomby is not doing that much damage. You don't get that much burst damage there. You need to reset and get isolated targets, really. What has happened to NIP? Ults in towards the top side, maybe from Monkey. Forces out the Spirit Rush from Doomby. Has the Malevolence. It's a lower cooldown. Level 14, though, so down in XP compared to Karis, who has a Shadow Flame for more burst on the side of WE. I wonder whether Doomby should have gone towards a more bursty build for killing Karis and Taeyon rather than the Liandry's for killing the Skarner and the Rel. I think that Liandry's might have been a mistake, actually. Yes, it's good versus the Skarner. You do have Vi and Corki for tank killing potential. Smites away that Scuttle Crab. Vampire goes in because they overstayed for that Scuttle. Only really damage onto the Scion, though. Not the best engage coming in from the Rel. Teleport coming in, and Karis gets absolutely obliterated. Where's the engage now? Leave hopping over the wall. Taeyon may be able to get into things, and Pale goes onto the front line, and Leave again caught out by Cube and Monkey. Monkey's Impales have been absolutely sublime, making up the differences in engage because Vampire's having a difficult game. Monkey really carrying this game. NIP didn't drink their pelt this morning. Baron now started up. Aki is over the side. PP God coming forwards. Will spot out. Hang on a second. Vampire, PP God doesn't have much HP. That's a problem. Derby has his ultimate back again now. Now that can be a problem because they won't have the smite after that point. But Derby goes into melee range. Leandry starts ticking. Doesn't have that much damage. The Zoni is so close to killing, but can't quite do so. Has another round of cooldowns, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. And he lands. Baron is not killed. But Ari, not enough damage to kill off the 2 low HP members. Really wonder whether it should have been a Shadow Flame, not the Liandry's, for the extra damage, really. Wouldn't have killed Monkey, but it maybe would have killed Taeyon. NIP choosing so many poor fights. And because Leave is getting caught out in so many important impales, they're losing that consistent damage. If Leave is not doing damage, no one is on NIP. You know, PP God's happy to trade his life here because it pulls them off of the Baron. Monkey, lots of damage. Derby going into melee range here is a problem. He should not have gone into melee range like that. Could have been auto-attacking while that happened. Did get the one reset there. Oh, and how close does this get? 144, 123. Doesn't go below 3 digits. Does there actually with the burn. 85 HP the lowest. I think Derby misplayed that with his positioning on his ult. Not the best, that. Going towards that Zonya's third. I really think Doomby should have picked up more damage. For burst damage, for the squishies. I mean, I think if he went towards Shadow Flame, would have helped a lot. And I think that going towards the Seekers does not help in this game. In this game, you need to do raw damage. There's no one doing damage besides the Corki. You're behind on the Vi, which means that they're not really doing damage either. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds would be soul point for either team. Leave needs to do some monumental carrying. So hard for him to do. On the other side, you know, Cube can carry a team fight. Taeyon can as well. Not sure Karis can in terms of long DPS, but those two can. Level 16 hit by the Aurora now. Third tier at that ultimate. Nice background music. Dragon spawning now. NIP, put down some vision control across the map on top side. Aki, stopping. Hang on a second. Stopping his recall. Buddy, you okay there? There's no... Yeah, you need to get out of here. Kara spotter, hang on. That spotted him. Oh, dude, that spotted him. Aki, what have you done? Cancels his recall, and for reasons beyond me, chooses to stay around, then dies to the AD carry as both Baron and Dragon are alive. Aki 1 and 6. Dragon now taken by Cube as well, so they don't even get that one. No consolation prize. You can teleport in topside. NIP's jungler having an awful run of things in their first game on Spirit Blossom. Baron getting culled down. There is, hang on a second. Good knockup from Baron. Helps to disengage. Solo kill. Get engaged on soon. Pale doesn't land this time. But Cube is still damaging that Corki. Out of the engage now, though. Vampire going a little far forwards. The overheat coming through from Cube. Doomby has an ultimate. Does he want to force things forwards again? No. I wonder whether that was an option there from Doomby. Cooldown's lacking from WE. And yes, you're in an uneven numbered fight, but I don't know how it gets better than that. Oh, Aki. For those of you that are saying that Aki might be the worst player to play in the LPL, my friends, you did not see Southwind. You did not see Kid and Kitties. Aki, you had an empowered recall and everything. Oh, mistake after mistake from Aki this game. I don't know what's happening with Aki. I don't know what's happening with NIP choosing their fights. They replaced their top lane, you know, Shanji not playing for NIP in this game. I mean, I don't think he's been doing that badly, by the way. I think Solo Kill's been doing fine. His Sion's been a good frontline performance. For what it could be. 4 kills, worth noting. Just out on the other side, Cube is 7, 1, and 4. Cube has been doing ridiculous work on this Rumble. I think pretty much everyone but Vampire having a good game for WE. And I don't even meme that. I think that Vampire has just been really struggling. Early laning phase, poor. Choice of engages, quite poor from him as well. But the rest of the team doing more than enough off of the Impales. GA onto this Kai'Sa. Makes it so hard to claim elsewhere. A little bit of wave click coming through. One key. Now coming on to Leave. It didn't have that flash. Shows not to Valkyrie. Oh, Leave. Leave's had a poor game as well, hasn't he? Now no one can kill them. W walking up towards the Nexus. Yeah, there's an ult coming through for Saab, because what else are you about to do at this point? Your damage is gone. Doomby has no damage. WE, take 1 tower. Tell you, has himself an ultimate, stacked up that lethal tempo. Good damage from him. Monkey, forcing out the key from Aki. Baron buff. Still enabled. Taeyu just walking up towards the Nexus. Rayplay fully active. That's a good equalizer. I mean, BP God, you've done some work, but it's just not enough to save the Nexus. Taeyu has a G8. And that'll be the end of this one. WE taking game 1. NIP went, eh? NIP coach went, eh? And it's the Alistar last in for Vampire. It's okay versus the Civics. You can't fully spell shield the combo. But still, hard for Vampire to really do much against the permanent push of the Sivir and the poke as well. While later into the game, you can function okay as a team fight engage. I think NIP this time have a much more confident composition. Okay, I gotta run some adverts like right now, folks, just so we don't get them into game. So sorry about that. I forgot to run them during the break. If you don't like adverts, and this is only on Twitch, if you don't like adverts, so throw a subscription, throw a prime. So sorry for that, having to drop them in here. That's my mistake. I'll rectify that again, but just making sure that once again onto the Rift. Xi'an's skybox. You'll notice there is silken camels in that. WE, their home city, the home of the Silk Road. So I guess that means we're in Xi'an. I didn't really... Well, because both these teams have a home arena. I was wondering exactly where we were playing it. I kind of missed that one, but we're over in WE's arena in Xi'an. Used to be known as Chang'an, which was the start of the Silk Road. Monkey starting on wolves. Good wards in from W to ward out both raptor camps. You see that there's one just up there. And of course, if you look down on the minimap as well, there's one there as well. So both raptors warded out well. See if Monkey can get something out of that. Monkey doing very well in that first game. I didn't see who the MVP was from the first game, by the way. I was out of the room. You can assume it was either Cube or Monkey. Let's see. Taeyeon played well too. I think those two are the ones which really stood out to me. 4 melees versus Lilia. Yes, but then there is a Civet, which helps them play a lot differently from that. Vampire, good pull. I only gets the single Q. Ah, no, actually does get a Q onto Vampire on the way back and walks back into that one. Oh, great. Level 2 getting raced towards. Vampire will get the combo. You don't want to stack up here for the level 2. Leaving PP Golem going through that. We sometimes see the Ricochet start, by the way. The Ricochet start from Civet can be very powerful at pushing those waves early. Aki. Dragging the Raptors into the brush. Making sure that Monkey couldn't just walk over if he did walk through into that camp. Monkey does a full bot side clear, going top side. So NIP don't get any Lilia shenanigans against them at this point, which is good. Good for them. It's good for them. Cute. Heavy trades to top side. Full rotation onto solo kill. And use the grasp as well. Why not? So pings down on bot side. Looks like it potentially has a 2v2 coming forward. There's some wards put down in the brush. That's what the pings were for. If you look down on the minimap, that's what I assume they were for. Someone warded a bush there, I think. Top lane. Nice, fun trading there. Minion missed by solo kill, but gets the cannon. Aki getting topside scuttle, protecting their topside melee solo laners. Maybe not so much I typically associate with Yone. I only played the single game of it this year. And of course wasn't playing for the years before that, so a lot of Yone was while he was on break. Really? Never really had a chance to prove himself in that champion. Aki going topside. Can he force a flash out of cube? Maybe. Slow hits from that W. Wouldn't have killed with the E passive. But does get him away from tab. We'll lose some minions. Solo kill can stop the recall maybe. And does. Mistake from Cube recalling that. Now it's been delayed. He potentially loses a bit of the next wave too. Electrocute mid lane from Karis. As we were saying in Champion Select, he's very, very comfortable on the Akali pick. It's the pick which he's arguably most comfortable with. Who will win game 2? I mean, NIP they have a comfortable 5-man unit. All 5 of these players, these champions, play well together. Hey, Darkwa, good to see you. No, wait, in game 1, Chinese broadcast called the combo of Impale, Flame Spitzer, Charcoal Grilling Meat Skewers. That's great. The barbecue. That's great. That's great. So nothing really interesting happening in this early game so far. A single Scuttle Crab each. No summoners blown just yet. Besides, you know, teleports which don't really count. Leave looking to ricochet through the wave. Ooh, missed out on that one minion though. Grove spawning in the next few minutes. They spawn now at 8 minutes in. Dragon alive already. We don't get the objective trade of Groves versus Dragon nearly as much now, I don't think. That's meant to be the purpose of this. Swell Seed landing on Sternbeat. Get some good damage on that. Slow afterwards. Monkey going in for a camp steal. Of course clears through all camps particularly quickly. Aki will be able to spot this. Has no smite. Monkey not able to secure the camp though himself. Swell Seed slams into the wall. So Aki won't get hit by that. NIP really need to find some way to revitalize themselves. Brought in a different top laner. After starting so well in the split one, kind of fell apart in playoffs for themselves. They lost to JDG in playoffs. And then Top Esports in the lower bracket. The lower bracket series was very good, by the way, if you didn't watch that split one playoffs. The game 2, one of my favorite. Yeah, the Scottish accent, it's not the best ever, I will say. Monkey going bot side, has level 6. 50 stream streak from Angie, what the hell? Jesus. It's like, I'm going to see the world. Wait, yeah, I'm sure you are. Karis does have all. Half HP though. 50 stream streak, Jesus. Roast for Zera. If only there were... this dragon goes down. W will claim that first one. Grubs on the top side. We do see a lot of... Recently, we've seen a lot of Sejuani plus melee killing objectives very, very quickly. Because you get that melee synergy and just keep rattling through those permafrost passives. No need for this one, though. Really giving all grubs over? We're still trading the grubs and the dragons? I feel like that is a mistake. I think that 3 grubs on the... Getting the grub buff off of 1 spawn of them is really quite powerful. TL Avenue patch. Grubs spawn in at 8 minutes now instead of 6, which is the difference for them. And there's only 1 spawn of them. But the grubs are kind of like almost double value, not quite as much. So 3 grubs is not the same as 6 grubs before, but it's not too far off. There's only 1 form of Atakan. And what it does is it claims all of the flowers across the map and then increases your value of the flowers. But then also when you get champion kills after, it has an AoE slow and damage on like around the champion kill. And then what else? Kind of like a storm surge, I guess. And then yeah, Herald spawns slightly different timing too. I think it spawns at, is it 16 minutes now or 15? So our early game macro has changed a bit, and Atakan has different effects. It's no longer the same GA Atakan or the neutral buffing one. Those are the big ones. And then we've had some item changes as well. So Rod of Ages has been changed a little bit. Q from Solar Kill, farming out that minion. Big stack up in the top side from WE. Aki over the wall has that ultimate. Solar Kill coming through. And there's a W from the Gwen. They do get themselves a double Lilia ults up, but I think they're going to lose themselves a kill anyway. Great damage from the tower. Double W coming through. Aki potentially even able to go onto Vampire as well. Does he have Q? No. 2 for 1 in the top side. WE overestimating themselves. Wait, Teddy and the LCK got moved to the CL roster? Damn, that could be the end of a legendary career. Do you think NIP should go for Wei if he's a free agent? I mean... yes, I guess. Just because Aki, I mean, you got to try anything at this point. NIP look dire. They look dire. See you, Peanut. So, diving onto a Gwen with W, that's a thing. Flashes inside the W, does Vampire, gets some CC down, but it's a lot of investment. You know, you use a ton of different summoners. Aki getting good damage there. Well played by him on the Sejuani. Had an awful first game. 2-0-1 now. Sejuani off to the races. I think best case scenario is buying out Wilfred. Look, okay, right. If you're in chat, you gotta tell me, because I feel like I'm watching different games. Do you really think Milky Way is that good right now? I just don't think Milky Way's been playing well ever since his debut. Like, his debut split was good, his summer was bad, and then this year's been awful. Or, like, his summer split was fine. It was maybe good, but not excellent. It was fine. And then I think that split 1 of this year, and so far in split 2, has been awful. Now, you might say it's because of organization stuff. Yes, there were some problems with FPX summer split last year. But I don't think Milky Way's that good now. I don't think he's that good. He needs a better team, sure, but also he needs to be a better player. It's both. Which is something that you wouldn't know, Zareth, as you redeemed a Rose. Let us know when you know what it's like to be a better player. If you ever do achieve such lofty heights of, I don't know, Bronze 3. You know, it's all well and good to say be a better player. Speaks for experience first. Derby trading out with Karis in the mid lane. Karis not really able to impact the game so far. Hang on, I say that. 30 CS lead in mid lane, by the way. Karis doing an insane amount of work here on the Akali matchup. Yuntal built up by Leave. Quiet laning phase for them. PP God will find out Monkey in the topside jungle. On that note, someone kick RNG out. Well, they might have that anyway. Well, financially, they are not looking too healthy at all. Not sure what they're going to do, really, on the business side of things. Your silver 3, Zareth. Oh, my apologies. You lofty silver warrior. Skillshot's missing. PP got gonna get ulted, cancel out of his hook. Derby misses on his knockup, and Derby is in trouble. Pops the ultimate. I think he's dead anyway, though, isn't he? Ult coming through. Hang on a second. The Ezreal coming through. What is happening? Why are NIP randomly dying in mid lane like this? PP got a poor flash, choosing to flash in hook instead of flash. Now Aki left out to dry. Is Sivir gonna come over? Swellseed lands. The slower land on it too. Monkey, great sleep from him. 4 kills on the Lilia now. Monkey once again carrying WE. This jungler has been the heart and soul of this team and their revival. Dragon has started up. But what the hell were Derby and PP got doing? Aki doesn't want any smoke as part of that. You're trying to stop a recall. But at least, you know, Derby, don't die for it. No, doesn't spot that recall. They spot it there. PP tries to cancel with the E over the wall. Doesn't realize that a number of people are on the other side of it. And then, Hook's late. Could have got a little bit more distance on his hook. Doesn't realize he's in trouble. Uses the ult and the flash. And then the ultimate comes through. Ezreal as well. Aki throws a bowler in for the hell of it. It's just 3 ults. 3 deaths. NIP, another case of what the hell are they doing? Flash is available for Vampire. A little bit of damage comes through onto him. Derby's coming up. Doesn't have ult himself. Do have the melee synergy, and it'll start to come through here. Not a bad ult coming through from Cube. Ultimate from Vampire not available, but doesn't need it. And NIP throwing more plays out and not achieve anything with it. Now, Karis gets the teleport. I suppose that's a bonus, but that's the needlework used there. And NIP, it just looks like they don't know how to choose plays anymore. They don't know how to make plays in the right areas of the map with the right abilities. What has happened to NIP? Yeah, I agree, Osami. I agree. But how disastrous has this series been for NIP? 2-7. A chance to bounce back, new patch, time to cook a little bit on the new patch, see if you can find some new picks or some new ways to rotate around the early objectives. And NIP played quite well in the early game of Game 1, and then they just had one fight randomly, which just throws them under the bus. In both games they had that. It was Dragon Fight last time. 3 grubs for NIP, doing some work here. Cube doesn't have the ult now. He's been playing quite well today, actually. Doesn't really matter in this one, though. 4-man sleep, though, might help all the same. Derby going forwards. Cube will die from this one. I am a liar. Aki has to flash out too. And once again, another aggressive play from WE goes wrong. 1 for none to the favor of WE. Yes, the tower will go down, but they should have got that anyway. NIP, their playmaking has been so suspect. Pushing in across the board now at WE. Top lane turret getting hit. Mid lane turret getting chunked out a little bit too. Karis will be able to claim this one. 1,000 gold ahead. 50 CS up is Karis. 50. Doomby not showing mastery of the matchup, which so many other mid laners have prided for the last, 3 years of play now. That Akali Yone matchup has been commonplace in the pro level for a while, but Doomby is not really showing the best side of that. His Yone, not something I'm loving right now. Solo kill, bring back Shanji. I gotta say, I think solo kill has been fine this series. The problem is that decision making for this team has been awful. Monkey gets a 3-man Q, delays the play. Solo kill goes down, and Doomby, how close did he get to killing Cube? 38 HP. Misjudges it by double digits, and Cube makes it out alive. Cube, a good series from him, actually. It's one of his best series he's had for a little while. Yone, more like Yawny. Get it, because he's asleep. He actually wasn't asleep, that the one person that wasn't asleep. Cube, now he's in a bit of trouble, a little too far. They throw the Sejuani ultimate through. And yes, you have a Hex Drinker. Doesn't exactly help you there, though, does it? NIP do get themselves finally a clean kill onto the Ambassador on a side lane. WE going a little bit too far there. Dragon up in a minute. What other cooldowns do we got? Vampire has flash ult. Monkey has ult. Hang on a second. Leave. Oh, lucky to get out of that one. And call me a liar. Karis gets the kill anyway. Clean on the Akali. Vampire coming to support him as well if anyone were to try and clean up. And leave. Didn't quite expect that amount of burst. Karis with that 50 CS lead. Destroying the AD carry. Look at the CS numbers on this Akali. Well over 10 CS a minute. 196 in 18 minutes. Vampire tagged up by the Ezreal ultimate. Tyone escaping away from Doomby on the other side of it. Doomby's Yone. I think we're starting to understand why we've only seen it once this year so far. Doomby, I don't even know if he's... How many times has he played Yone in his pro career, actually? How many times has he played this? Well, I'll go have a look, I'll go have a look. Play towards the top side. Doomby has ult, has flash. Stacks up his Cube, but he's half HP. And again, nothing they can do here. Vampire shielding our Cube on the other side. Akali playing with the Herald on the other side of the map. Yeah, Doomby has played 4 games of Yone over his career. Lost 3 of them. Played 1 in Demacia Cup 2020. Played 2 in 2022 playoffs. And that's it. And then, of course, the one which he played earlier this year. Going towards the Stride Breaker, second item. Full Void Staff in from Karis. Karis is going to do some ungodly things to the side of NIP. There's a couple of Merc Treads which are going to mean nothing now at this point. That's gone spawned. The Thornbound version, for those of you who are not as familiar with the new version of the Rift. Thornbound Atakan gives you an AoE damage and slow on champion kill. And also increases the value of the petals which you have too. It claims all the ones across the map and gives you some extra bonuses for them. Ricochet's coming through from Sivir. Sivir eventually will scale into a monster. I just don't ever think Sivir's going to be able to play out the fights well now, though. The way that I envisage these fights happening is, you know, initial opening from someone like Monkey. Or maybe not from him, but more from, you know, probably an IP over-engaging, then Monkey flash back onto them. But if Leave ever walks forwards, Karis hops over the front line with his ultimate, goes into his W on top of Leave. Things go to hell after that point. Diana and Akali both in the bot side. Both AD carries in mid lane. Atakan started up. Still has the same attack pattern as the Ruinous Atakan. Leave having to walk alone through top river. Naki is here. Ah, that's a problem. Taeyun has cleanse, has flash. Flash is early. Let's make sure that Aki doesn't get the most out of that. Monkey and Crew still on top side. Ezreal out of position. Teleport coming in from Yone. Aki going in alongside PP God. Ultimate from Vampire. Is saving him a lot of damage, actually. Kills come through. Yone getting a double so far. Karras gets the execution, though. Potentially could turn back for another one. Karras, good damage onto him. Aki still around with the smite. Monkey down. Now Taeyun with the ult over the wall. Snipes out Doomby. And Taeyun Zakali claims another. Leave. Ricocheting. Karras doesn't have himself that W anymore. And the damage from the Civ is pretty good. The Protobelt not getting that much value. And Leave gets himself a huge amount of damage. Yet IP might have found themselves the fight which they needed. Atakan leashed. And Aki will go towards that. He's not that high HP, though. He needs to be a little bit careful. The passive comes towards. Oh, passive. That circular saw comes in towards him. WE fumbling the fight around the Atakan. An Atakan throw, something that we've become very accustomed to this season. New objective, new ways to play it, new ways to throw it. Really thought that Leave wouldn't get a clean fight. Taeyan's out of position. How does Monkey sleep? Ah, it's only a one-man sleep. Yeah, that's not great for Monkey, who gets completely zeroed out as well. Yone heads to double very quickly. And Karras does a good job cleaning up, but the damage is sort of done. Leave multiple items at this point, gets into auto attack range of Taeyun, gets the lethal tempo running. Doomba goes down for a well-aimed true shot barrage, but Leave at the end of this fight, showing exactly what the Civ can do if they start to scale. Leave desperately trying to carry, and dodges out the Q there too. I think if the Q lands, there's a good chance he can turn around for a kill, so Leave sidestepping that 5-point strike, critical there. God, he's very fed. Yuntal and the Infinity Edge going towards the Zeal. Leave is fed as hell. Leave got a shutdown. It's 2,000 gold ahead now. Now they can go towards the Atakan, and maybe NIP can do something a little bit more important in this game. Atakan will get taken down. 14 of their Spirit Blooms right now. We're playing the rest of them, which have gone across the map. Double sleep coming through. Leave pops that ultimate. Starts ricocheting through. Here comes Q, but he misses his ultimate. PP God low on the back line, but will survive. Leave is still auto-attacking. Karras goes into the back of things and wants to assassinate the AD carry. The perfect execution lining up. How much value can he get? Gets one, but he doesn't get the full kill. Leaves still alive, and everyone from NIP is still above 0. 4 for none, and the Atakan. Taeyun is alive, but how much can he do? Solo Elf Bosman, none of them are on 0. WE find nothing in the fight. Leave doing some hyper carrying here on the Civ. Insane plays coming through from NIP. Even the ultimate from Taeyun not able to clean anything up. No idea how W don't pick up even a single kill from that. Karras not able to get the execute over the back of the team fight with that R2. Very surprised that W couldn't claim anything. Dragon is spawning as we come out of that replay too. I don't like this engage from WE. Double sleep onto the front line, double combo from Alistair onto the front line. Vampire and Monkey achieve nothing in this fight. Poor play from the jungle support in the team fight. Leaves Karras to go forwards, and then Vampire flashes forward and immediately gets shut down. Vampire, poor team fight from him. E misses onto Leave. Q misses from the Ezreal onto Leave as well. So he ends up living through the team fight. Some crucial mess plays from jungle support. And the backline left to dive into the enemy team. Without the CC, they really need to pin people in place. Pushing in, Taeyun soloed out. Isolated, pulled down. 3 grubs now used to push out this turret. Huge amount of gold on Sivir. And now suddenly, we turn the story around. NIP have reached the point where they have almost a 3-item Sivir. WE can't defend their turrets. Gold lead firmly established for NIP. And while we have criticisms of Doomby's Yone in the laning phase, Leave is in a position where he can solo carry this team now. Karras needs to be a little bit afraid on the sideline. Can't push up any further. NIP in a great position now. Seeker's built up from Karras. May use that to dive into the backline. Goes stasis for one important fight. So you can see in the top now, 29 petals for NIP, who have the empowered version of it. The logo has changed. So they're basically, I mean, 29, you got an extra 20% on that, which is an extra 6 basically. So basically you have 35 petals, all things said and done, which will help them in terms of their XP, help them in terms of their adaptive force as well. You do get diminishing returns from the petals. It's not a flat value, it is diminishing returns, but that'll help. And of course, remember now on champion kill to get the AoE damage and slow. %25 stronger, not 20%. 25%, right? I thought it was 20%. Dragon not up for 3 minutes now. 3 dragons over to FWE. The more I look at this map, the more gloomy it is. I wish they made it a little bit brighter. I know that Spirit Blossom is meant to be a little bit gloomy in terms of like the spirit world and stuff. I do miss it being a bit brighter though. Monkey landing Swirl Seeds. Shadow Flame second, by the way. Not going towards something like a Rift Maker. Or Bloodlight's Curse, of course. Can sometimes see that as well. Scuttle Crab claimed. Clears out some vision. Put him in a nice steal with the Ezreal, if you could have landed that. 3,000 gold ahead. Leave has himself a little Dominus Regard. Sat on that Zeal for move speed and attack speed. Often a very good component. It is 25%, right. Alrighty. Teleport coming in. Red buff secured. Monkey looking for an ult maybe. Blast Cone helps them come out. Turn Beam. Stride Breakery. Going back to his soul. No, this is how it looks in the game as well, Peter. Ult going forwards. Hang on a second. Aki uses the ult there. Cat Vamp goes to the backline. Good combo. Karis now wants to leave. This is important here. There's the ricochets going through. The rest of the team queue into the backline and leave as 3 people going melee of him. NIP have gone a little bit too far for solo kill. Starting to clean up some of the damage. Taeyoon is alive and the combo from WE this time finds the AD carry. Protobelt will kill off 1 more. WE have enough people alive maybe to go towards the Baron. Huge combo coming in from Vampire. Flash over the wall. NIP go too deep. They end up throwing their gold lead. WE will claim the Baron. Solo kill coming back up. Teleports back into the play. Has no flash. Has himself some Qs. Taeyoon gets inside that W. Monkey as well. Great damage coming in from the Gwen, but he can't finish off the kill. And now he's no HP. Dies as he teleports in. It will stop the Baron, though. Can they stick around to do it again? Still leashed. Karis can teleport back in. So in that case, no stopping of the Baron. Just delayed. Vampire walking over. They can tank it now for a while. And NIP have thrown their lead. Baron will get claimed. 30 seconds till Dragon. Teleports can come through. Dragon can get claimed for a Cloud Soul. And NIP may have just thrown away a golden opportunity to bring this to a 1-to-1. They spot a recall coming through from Vampire. They have him on vision. Warded over the wall. Still comboed down. NIP, that is unforgivable. Is that a good play from Vampire? Yes. Is it the world's best play because he did it out of vision and blah blah? No, it's not. NIP saw him over that wall. Critical misplay. No one marking the Alistair. Big, that is a misplay from NIP over it being a big play from WE. The vision control was in their advantage. The gold was too. They had a 3,000 gold lead on the AD carry. Cut down to 1.5. Walking over the wall, trying to steal the dragon, and it is. Now they're into the play. Can they cash out that check which they just wrote? Solo kill coming back into the play. Leave is dead immediately, and they don't have their AD carry. Same problem as the last fight. Needlework misses. WE lose the dragon, but they claim the AD carry. Even in gold. NIP reminder that they have extra bonus from the petals, and they get that bonus from killing champions now as well. Mid lane turret will fall down. NIP are really struggling to peel for leave in these team fights. Really struggling. Tower falls. Keep pushing in the side lane. Not that far behind of solo kill. Gold lead between AD carries. Getting lower and lower. 2,000 gold advantage in the mid lane too. Gold lead, the CS lead has been equalized somewhat. It was 50, now it's down to 20. Death cap almost in from Karis. I just don't know how you survive as leaving these fights. Was the worry, wasn't it? Eventually, Sivir can't survive the backline dive of WE. Jumping towards the Taeun, can't finish off that kill. Doinby doesn't have the damage to finish off, and he almost dies himself on the other side. Had an Ignite dropped onto him. Very close to going down as the Yone. Down to almost double-digit HP. Come back to that conversation. Is the game throwable? I think it is for both teams, actually. All things said and done. Leave, clearing out the wave as best he can as a QSS. I just don't think the QSS is gonna save him that well, is the problem. You know what? There might be some really cursed tech for Leave, where you go towards an Edge of Night for a spell shield. You spell shield the first part of the Alistar combo, and then you have like your item or your remaining spell shield for the other part of it. So if Alistar goes for a full combo, actually you can full combo the counter the full combo of the Alistar. Maybe that's the play. Doinby going towards his top side. They have the 3 grubs. They kill towers a little quicker, but on the other side, W pushing in both lanes. Doinby quickly killing that, but in a turret. Claimed by W in the mid lane. Bot lane, inhibitor turret. Claimed, potentially claimed as well. Ult on to Karis. That's important. Don't think he's getting out of this one. Good CC. Aki zeroes him out. How is W ahead? Weren't they ahead like 6k? Weren't they behind 6k 5 minutes ago? Yeah, they were. Then NIP walked into the enemy jungle, saw an Alistar on full vision, walk around their flank and combo them. And the thing is, you isolate that play and go, wow, what a great engage from Vampire. And it was a great combo. It hits 4 people. But the fact that NIP saw him over the wall is unforgivable. Sometimes great plays are actually great misplays by the enemy team. Doesn't always sound great to say that, because fans of one team will always be like, yes, but it was great to see that play, blah, 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 whatever. Yes, true. And you should definitely big up your teams when you're a supporter of them. However, be realistic. NIP should not have given Vampire the engage angle, plumping against his 4 people and seeing him walk to the other side of the wall, flash over and combo them. Not the best. Dragon spawning in a minute and a half. Oh, I see there. True, Peter, true. Death capping for this Akali is nasty as hell. Monkey has a Zhonya's. Potentially going towards a death cap as well. Suppose he could go towards the Banshees. Leave is very fed. The Sorrel is gives him a lot of ability to land those continual Qs. Swallowseed missing. Vampire going in and Leave caught out next to the wall. Has no flash. But Vampire not getting the cleanest combo here. Vampire not able to get the best amount of damage onto Leave. Where's Karis? He's in the top side. Both mid laners not appearing to the play. Leave not sticking around. And if Leave's not there for the damage, that's a problem. GA goes down. Leave getting some good damage, and maybe the combo wasn't good. They take a fight without the ability to close down the AD carry. The ricochets come through. Still, 3 dead on the side of NIP. Taeun goes forwards, and the crits are nasty. Triple kill for Taeun. Not able to completely solo out NIP Leave, and he won't dip back into the ultimate. Yone gets the knockup. Cube could dash back into Leave. Needs to be careful. WE not a clean engage this time. Vampire going too early. Didn't have the follow-up of his team. Dragon is still available, though. No smite on either side, because both junglers are dead. Doinby hops over the wall. We'll spot Karis. Leave. Gets himself full flicker blades now. Almost full build himself. Well, all this happened. We had a replay of what happened between our solo laners. Karis had his teleport cancelled. Ult was traded out after that point. Both of them survived and wound their way into the fight later. You had flicker blades for that fight? Alright, thanks. So Leave didn't get a big item completion then. Just had that fight already. Baron spawning again. Cloud Soul for WE. Full build for Taeun as he has himself a GA. Did a good job there of making sure that Leave was not able to clean up the rest of that fight. Leave. Some use that flicker blades onto the objective. Oh, Vampire Blast going over. Means the objective fight is going to be a little bit weird. How much can Monkey do? That's an ult from the Ambassador into the backline, and that Cube is isolated out. The misposition from Vampire and the Blast Cone throws his team under the bus. Big mistake from the support of WE. Baron will get secured. Doomby going forwards. Good damage onto Karis. Chunks him down to below HP. Aki getting himself a Heart Steel, trying to get that passive onto someone as well. Monkey has no flash, uses his stasis as well. Doomby maybe going a little too far. Taeyun jumps forward with that Soul Unbound. Taeyun still has the GA, has over 5,000 damage right now. Taeyun, 6,000 damage team fight, not able to completely save things, but does take one kill back. Cube didn't need to go in there. Cube went in, because I thought he assumed that was the engage. Vampire. Poor job getting on top of Leave in the last couple of fights. Last time was blast coned over by Durnby. Should not have been standing on side of it. Throws his team under the bus. Leave still alive. Always important to track what Leave is doing. Leave no lifesteal in this build. Has the QSS instead. You can use that to get away from the Lilia ultimate. Get that Baron. It is all about Leave. Feels like it's so much about Leave. I don't know what Vampire was thinking there. Uses his headbutt. Gets blast coned over. And now the engage is kind of not landed onto the Civi. You don't win the team fight. You must engage onto the Civi. Big mistake by Vampire. A number of mistakes from him now, which might cost his team arguably the game after this point. Durnby could damage onto Karis. You know, half the HP. And that he was not able to clean up onto Leave as well. If Karis is full HP, he's a threat to Leave. If he's half HP, not nearly as much. Great combo there from Karis, actually, to get some good damage back onto Durnby. Very nearly assassinates Leave afterwards, too. Barry comes in a little bit late. Oh! Empowered auto into Q would have killed him. Karis trying to take things into his own hands. Banshee's popped by solo kill. Has himself the chain-laced crushes as well. That's an ultimate onto Leave. He does have QSS. Monkey's Lilia leaving a lot to be desired in this series. PP God is 1,000 gold ahead. You're absolutely right. PP God is 1,000 gold ahead. Jesus. 36 pels for NIP, by the way. God does, of course, give him the extended value as well. Solo kill, walking up to kill that turret. Remember, they have the 3 grubs, gives them the extra tower killing potential. Durnby caught out on top side. Does he have ultimate? Can he get away from this one? I don't know about that. Is he going to flash over the wall? Has his Q anyway. Monkey going over the wall with the flash. Yone versus Lilia. Bit of a lover's quarrel. Monkey still has that movement speed. Can he get himself an extra Q? I don't know about this one. Inhib down on the other side. Well, this is happening. Soul Unbound, dead. Yone goes down. Monkey blows the flash, though. They're on an extended flank. You could use that Sivir ult to retreat. Teleport coming in. There we go. Swelsey coming around. No ultimate. Solo kill dashes over the wall. Aki has that hang on a second. Vampire going through, but again doesn't reach. Leave needs to get onto that Civic. Doesn't manage to. A Q goes over the wall, and Taeyun goes to the assassination and does. Taeyun picks up the pieces, and WE get the AD carry. WE, though they failed a couple of team fights, may have just been saved by their AD carry, assassinating the Civic. Taeyun, so clutch. After the failed engages onto the backline, they walk towards the Nexus. They got a wave with them. How much can they do here? Late game carries do a lot of damage to towers, and they'll start to tank up them. W going for the end of the game. NIP, tragedy strikes. Were in position to win this in multiple occasions. Instead, fall to 2-8 and 0-2 in the series. And that Zed ultimate if at all possible. I was thinking maybe Xayah, but you can't play that into the misfortune that well. Lucian for assumes. Knight is feeling it. For everyone who is calling out Knight having a small champion pool, sure, it's definitely not the largest champion pool. Yeah, Knight plays different champions. Knight has always had such a big champion pool. Picks out a new champion here. Knight, maybe the vibes are just right. Beitron coming in, perhaps changing the atmosphere of the team. Knight playing so many different champions in the last week. And this is a good draft for it. I look at this as a Zed player and I say, yeah, I can 1v1 almost everyone on the Rift. You can beat a Gwen in the 1v1. You can poke out, you can dodge out from the needlework. now you die for it. So, was it worth it? Getting that kill for losing that bot side. Does get the double scuttle. Kill goes over to Skarner, though. Shadow without that flash. Maybe something they can punish again. On flashes in. So 1 for 1, all things said and done. Uses that resource to kill mid lane. Doesn't use that to escape in the jungle fight afterwards. He would have used a Shadow here looking for the electrocute trade. Ah, he missed the shurikens anyway. And then after that point, the wave's away from him. Not great from Knight there, actually. Should know realistically that he needed to be more careful of the lane positioning, being a melee champion trying to farm that. So, kill over to Cap. Has that first, has the tier in inventory. Flash still up on Talia as well. Beitron will Beitron or On needs to now go and interact in mid lane. You know, Knight had that early gank coming through from Shadow. Let's see if On or Beitron can help bring him back to even in that lane. Rotations around the place. Bot lane's going up towards top lane. Teleport from Rummel going towards the bot tower. We'll be able to claim that farm there. Not great wave positioning here. Elk losing a lot. BLG not prepping their waves particularly well. Zed heading up into topside jungle. Putting down a ward. More safe now to trade. See whether Knight can get himself, again, a good electrocute trade to get ahead of the curve. Combo coming in from Dway. On, walking forwards. Has himself a W still. Ease forwards, ease back. Good damage, though, from Assume. Ignite was dropped onto Elk. Doesn't achieve that much. Bam Scepter in. Okay, did take an electrocute trade, actually, looking at his HP. Sam is going to walk over and join us for the second series of the game now. As he'll come in after getting himself a coffee. Shadow on top side. On! That's a bit of a mistake, isn't it? Gets blasted back as... goes down. Beitron, topside jungle, river rather, still has himself the flash. Sam, buddy, you gotta make sure that you're on the right side of it. Sam, needing to do some chaos. Yeah, Sam not paying attention to where the microphone stand is, sadly.
Doing my best, but I can't see through solid material, unfortunately.
So we get into this. Knight's first ever career Z game. So he did die for first blood, getting ganked easily by Shadow.
Oh, it is a Z game too. How exciting.
Beitron, though, got himself a kill back on Shadow. Shadow committed a flash to kill Zed, then didn't have it to save himself afterwards. Knight going towards the Ignite Electrocute build as well. If he gets an Electrocute trade on someone, after that point, it's kind of lights out, especially with the ult and the Ignite available. See, that's why Care needs to play very defensively. Going towards a Rod of Ages, backing quite conservatively here. Was on 2/3 HP. That is kill threat for Zed. So, choosing to back off early.
Especially once you've got the Ignite in as well, it does give you that ability to find those very aggressive all-ins, even if you do then lack that teleport. But it does feel like we are starting to see 1 or 2 more Ignites come back into the meta in various
it was just buffed on this patch too. I think it diverges to level 7, equalizer under the turret. Sheer, getting burnt down. Can we really see anything from Beitron? Could go towards the wall stun here. There's an exhaust. I don't think it's going to help him that much. Give the kill to Knight if you can. Ult comes through. Knight will get the kill.
Nice.
Kill to the Zed.
Yeah, doesn't get hit by the Impale, and that's great news. Shadow, though, will at least get 1 back, so it does end up being the 1-for-1 Knight. No way out, having committed so fully for the kill, but either way, did get a hold of it. Assume goes looking for the culling attack onto Elk. Will trade out with the barrier, but is at a high enough HP to try sticking around here. I think might have the bullet time as well. No, he's still level 5, so not quite there. Close enough, I think, under the turret. She's got to pick up enough of a wave and could ult that theoretically.
Ooh, Assume flash out of cute.
Damage there, pretty brutal.
Yeah, Elk has that cult. Escaping from Assume's kill threat there. Kill onto him, of course. Got that kill onto On in that top side. Grub spawning on the single spawn of these now. 3 grubs. Very, very powerful. Zed coming back onto that. Doesn't have ult worth noting. Use that Ignite last as well. Going towards the Brutalizer. So might be going towards the Profane Hydra first, actually. Don't see that one too often. Hex Flash over the wall, potentially. Shadow in that. Dre has ult. First grub secured. What's the plan after this? Do you smite for the second one? What's the play?
Backing away from this one for now, but Zed steps forward and gets a good double shuriken onto Dway. Of course, does have that unbreakable will to work with, so theoretically a lot more defensible, and Shadow should be able to secure this additional grub, so 2 over towards the side of FPX.
That's the might buffs for FPX now, and they do technically get the objective counter off that. 2 of them count towards your feats of strength. Not choosing to stick around for the smite of that second one. Been recalling.
Just waving weirdly. I literally just waved at chat. That's what actually happened. I saw someone
That's why I looked at him. I was like, because someone said, "Hey Sam," which is great.
Yeah.
Sam just waved.
I just waved at you really good.
That was, yeah.
I did it. I went, why did I just wave?
That's it. It's a great point, Sam.
Well, it's done now. Anyway, hi, Regulation. That was not my most impressive moment.
Zed
But there we go.
has flash, has ult. Brutalizer in as well, so he has that early lethality. Brutalizer used to be the be-all and end-all of Zed players. Big fight on the top side potentially brewing, but Zed's not here. Good impale, but where's the follow-up?
Shove happens onto Beichan. Just get the drive into the wall. The equalize there. Beichan dies, but what about the damage afterwards? Held people in place for a long, long time. That means Knight flashing over the wall, having thrown down his death mark, and picks up another.
Double kill for Knight's Zed, and now FPX, yeah, they have a problem. Kill on the bot side as well as Assume goes down. Zed has gold, is ahead of the matchup, and the top side play for FPX, they thought they could get things working well because they could just solo down the first time. It'll be fine, right? They had the Gwen doing good damage too. Problem now that Knight walks away with so much extra gold. This Zed will be starting to get very, very scary in the dueling potential.
Very least Care has managed to pick up a couple kills of his own. It's at a better HP point right now, so does force Zed to back here and drop a bit of a wave. So it's not like this Talia is out of the game or anything. The problem is, it's not just the 1v1 anymore. It's going to be more than that. Here's the 2v2 play bot side though.
Yeah, Assume gets exhausted very early. Dre very slow into the play. The E also can start by the W. Bit of damage from the bullet time. And the minions do a lot of work there, actually. It's the minions which do a ton of damage there. Does Ult gets hit midway through the play. Level 6, or rather, it gets used midway through the play. On gets that kill.
Nice work there from the bot lane of BLG. We've had some criticisms of them of late. Not always been the most consistent in our 2v2s in the way that we've been hoping for. But so far, been playing pretty well over the last day or two.
Also, it wasn't the Profane Hydra coming through from Knight. It was the Voltaic Cyclo Sword, another item which sounds like it comes straight out of Warhammer 40k. Slow on an auto attack, and it does get refreshed when you start dashing around more. So if you go in for like a W, get an auto attack, then you ult, chances are you will actually get a second proc of it, which gets a slow on the target you auto attack through your ult combo. It can be very, very nasty. Very good into champions like Gwen as well when you start 1v1ing them. Gwen will need to be very careful against this Zed. Now there is a 3 kill Zed on the map. The assassination threat is not just about the Talia. That's an ult going forward, and this is the problem. Flick back, how much can they do?
Shove comes on down, in comes the Grand Starfall though, that means Knight's in danger! Response from Shadow. Very swift with his ultimate to ensure that Care stays alive.
Yeah, Care, really good flick back, survives through the shurikens as well, and there's a fight on the bot side.
Cullen comes on down. Beidrouan eats up most of it, and the Scorpion at this point doesn't care that much about that. Shadow, though, round as well. A few minutes until the next dragon. The first one was secured by BLG, so nothing really to fight for there in terms of the objectives. An important kill there onto Knight, who was looking for that very aggressive all-in.
It is an ultimate away from Shadow now, so we can't respond on the rest of the map. On does have ult if they want to play a little bit further. I don't think they want to right here, though. Now, remember, he doesn't have teleport, so every time he dies, it's a lot harder for him to reset and get farm out of that. Often this is why you see Zed's being very patient, playing like a poke champion. Went a little too far there. Didn't respect the Pantheon, ulting into his own lane. H1 going into a bot side invade now. Remember, you do have on with the ult again. Could potentially lock up someone like Shadow, who has no flash, no ult now. This is the big problem. Shadow's been using his tools to shut down the Zed. Might not have it to survive big plays like this.
There's the big double knock-up flash forward for the Impale. It's only onto one, but that might be enough on Battle Dancing out to safety, but did so across the Unraveled Earth. Dies to do so. Now we're going to see the continuing trend as Assume tries to flash away, staying alive. About 10% HP. Way goes down. Stakes Clyde, medium rare. Flash forward for the auto from Elf. It's beautiful positioning. Eyes up and gets himself the headshot.
Knight manages to find an angle in there. FPX go onto his Shadow. Switches to it, gets the Voltaic Cyclo Sword onto Assume, which forces the flash out. Elk follows for the kill. BLG playing well around this kind of tight burst timings. And though Zed has been shut down in some of his 1v1, 1v2 plays, rather, he's been getting a lot of value. 4 and 3. Watch as this happens again. You know, the initial play is, it is a headbutt back, but the W lands anyway. Ult comes back through. Impale pins them back into the play. This is the big play which comes through right here, actually. Knight leaves that Shadow there, and Assume doesn't really know how to get out, and he ends up taking an auto attack while he's under half HP from the Zed. So the passive and the Cycle Sword goes onto him, and he basically loses the extra half of his HP. Elk cleans it up.
There's another champion who's not going to enjoy the slows. Lucian likes to play on the knife's edge, using that dash, that relentless pursuit to manage fights and positioning, and Zed just slowing you down can make you feel really miserable about those dashes.
Yeah, for sure. And, he's getting a hell of a lot more gold than you should be at this point. Both mid laners getting quite a lot of gold because they're getting a lot of kill participation. Care still ahead of the game. If you can protect your first carry and CC the Zed at their landing point, huge stuff. Well, often what you will see is Zeds throw a W out to the side, ult immediately switch back to the W to avoid the CC at the landing points. See how much they can do from that. Worth noting as well, Bin actually winning in the individual matchup versus the Gwen 2. Had 500 gold, happy with this. Sheer, sadly, been dunked on a little bit in terms of the macro play. Batron also doing quite well. It is behind to Shadow, who's gotten some kills themselves, but make no mistake, both junglers are ahead of the game because there's so much more random gold because there's been a lot of split kills.
A lot of grouped up willingness to skirmish, I think, this game. See if that continues as things go on. You're right about that topside matchup. Sheer, despite running the exhaust tech, still struggling a bit into Bin. He's run the phase rush tech, which is
here comes Shadow.
Shadow coming on over, exhaust comes on down, flash from Bin, but the Weaver's Wall as well means the globals are all here, all in though onto Sheer, means it makes it a 1-for-1. Knight not going back to his Shadows as yet as the rest of BLG turn up, wanting to trade this one out. Shadow hit with the Heartsteel proc. Phase 1 happy to step on forwards, gets the ult, but it's only really onto the Alistair, who might then be able to ult afterwards, won't get a chance, bullet time after, prevents the easy follow-up, Care forced to flash away. Damage back onto On, who's battle dancing to safety though. The culling can't bring down the Scorpion, now assumes in danger. Autos from L, gets the slow from the Make It Rain, means there's nowhere to run, and they get another. BLG just skirmishing better across the extended play.
This is just such a solo queue game. It's just, well, there's a fight happening, everyone run towards this side of the map. Knight gets another kill in that. See that Shadow, good responsiveness with his ult again. For me, the key matchup between these two teams is actually that jungle matchup. Both of these replacing outgoing players. Batron for Wait, Shadow for Sorrow. Shadow potentially looking for a steal over here. Sadly can't get that one. And Shadow, with his ultimate, being very responsive to the map, has changed the way that FPX have been able to play. He's managed to save a lot of individual plays going the way of BLG. Starts with Bin, winning the individual matchup, has the level up. Needlework missing, but the exhaust doesn't for the slow into it. Double globals coming through, but the equalizer starts to roast them. Zed picks up one for free. And then at that point, you're dealing with both your ultimates down, you've formed your battle lines, and you don't have a great way to disengage after this point. And that's a problem because Batron still has engage, On still has engage, and there's still a bullet time too. You use a lot of tools, but that's the best way out of the fight.
I worried there a little bit when the Skarner dragged the Alistair towards his own team that once the Impale ran out, could give an option for Dway to combo afterwards, but actually, Batron was really good with the chaining of the CC, driving the Alistair to the wall afterwards. It all worked out well in the end, and now BLG, I think, have come out ahead relatively significantly at this point.
Dragon is up and available. Zed doesn't have teleport, so couldn't make his way down to the plate even if he wanted to. Can maybe get himself some damage onto a side lane turret, though. He's going towards an edge of Night second. Haven't seen the solo queue Zed builds recently. Typically, it's more stuff like Yomu's really if you're going towards the full burst, but Cycle Sword, good for extended trades and getting some random extra utility. Will get himself the full tower topside, and Zed will pull ahead, finally, it feels like, of the individual matchup, given the amount of kills which he had.
Was that from Gacha Zed skin?
Yep, it's the Galaxy Slayer one with the chroma onto it. Good combo onto L. Batron coming in, but he's too late.
On doing his best to hold on to people's lives. Does get a decent amount of CC, though, is the Impale under the turret. Brings multiple down. They're still going to lose an additional member of BLG. Here comes the Zed, but Batron will die before he gets there in time. What can he get done with all the low health bars at the back end of it, though? Sheer, low, but has got some damage to work with. Death Mark is down, but already hopped over the wall. Can't get the follow-up required, and Sheer survives. Big fight for FPX.
It is. Knight a little slow to the play. Kill coming through, though. As Knight ends up using his flash in that play. Need to see what happened at the end of it. I missed that one, and I didn't have the audio for that to really hear the skill shots either. Did you hear anything?
I think it was an Electro Harpoon.
We'll have to see in that replay. BLG losing more than I thought that they would in that fight. FPX. Good force on the play onto Elk. Knew that he didn't have all the summoners available. So what happens here? 2v2 in the mid lane. Typically, you think you're really safe here. You do have double global. Shadow didn't need to use this. Wasn't up there. Using the Alistair to tank the turret. Good CC combo into the turret and making sure that it's not a single direction into a bullet time. The charcoal roasted chicken, as apparently the Chinese Chinese cast have been calling the Skarner Rumble Flame Spitter combo. And Zed comes in a little bit late. So what happens here then? Flashes forward. Sheer dashes out. I think Knight had to go for ult into the shurikens, try and get the extra damage after that point. Use the electrocute maybe to get a kill. What happens here? Flash out. That's what I was looking for, really. Yeah. Because that's what I couldn't hear. I saw there was a flash down from Knight, but I didn't know what happened after that point.
There we go. Edge of Night. Also now picked up for Zed to have a little bit more freedom on the first step forwards. Either way. Shadow went looking for that kill. Couldn't quite do it. Ends up falling at the back end of it. Herald dropped bot side. Turret secured for BLG. And drive away from Beichuan.
Yeah, it's easier to drive now, apparently. The Herald is one of the changes on the new patch. Drive it from inner to outer to outer. I think they'll get this just straight into the turret as well. Beichuan's tanky, so they can't really do even much to counter that. Here comes the combo.
That's just a lot of damage now onto Care, who's split up, driven into the wall, and the kill donated over tonight. Elk trying to run away, got a barrier, but it's been slowed down already. The strut fell off, and the slow from the smite means they do have enough chase down to bring down the misfortune.
1 for 1, but remember the double Herald charge into turrets means that feels like the objective damage goes to the side of BLG. Elk dying a couple of times is a little bit worrying. He's easier to pick off than most of BLG's. He's the one person without as many defensive tools. No wave clear now to FPX. Assume taking the turret. A little bit of dangerous there. When's Zed going to run up the river? Not going to do so in time. Pushed out that bot wave instead.
2 turrets to 1 right now for the favor of BLG, but importantly that mid lane turret has fallen in favor of FPX, which can be pretty valuable here. Both our AD carries have been attacked quite a lot this game, I think it is fair to say, and that's not going to change anytime soon. There are a lot of tools to make a Lucian and a Misfortune's life quite challenging this game.
Yeah. By the way, it happened last game, by the way, with Cube getting some huge combos in game 1 versus NIP, or with an Impale and a Rumble. Apparently the Chinese broadcaster calling the Impale Flame Spitter combo the Charcoal Grilled Skewers combo.
I just dragged them up to the Flame Spitter.
Yeah. So, hope you like them crispy. Zed, onto their 2.5 item mark, has that Edge of Night, which is very useful versus Pantheon, by the way. Problem is, if Pantheon ults you, the ult will blow the spell shield, so you don't get the slow from that, but then you can't then use it to defend against that stun, which can be kind of annoying. Going towards Cyrilda's next, looks like. Beichuan going towards that Outcome. Remember, Thornbound now does help you with the petals and the slow and damage after kill. Shadow could potentially ult in.
Second richest member in the game right now, just behind the Zed. They don't know that this aftercard is happening, and I think it's just going to go down. It is BLG's for taking.
Yeah, now, there are some questions as to how valuable this objective is. We haven't really figured that out just yet. It does give you value from those petals. Doesn't always feel like they're the most valuable. I mean, they just went from 13 up to 25, and you get an extra 25% bonus from them as well. So an extra quarter on top, so it's more like, 30-something instead in terms of... There, 32, I think it is, petals on one side for BLG. But then the other thing is that when you get a kill now, the AoE damage and slow means you can snowball through a fight very well. So if they get that first kill with the Zed, with the Skarner dragging someone back, maybe they can snowball off of that.
Looks like Lazy feels doing quite well over in the LCK. Good for him. Excited to see exactly how he does in the long term of things. Our brothers in the other regions here in League of Legends. Always good to keep our cross League eyes up and available. On though, potentially being jumped on a little bit there as Assume and Shadow were looking to see whether they could catch out the Rakan, but
Hasuning. Bin was on that team, of course. Ah, what a time it was to be alive then. What was that roster? It was Bin, the dude that brought all the crazy stuff in during SOFM. It was Angel, and then it was Huanfeng, and support was dude from Flash Wolves. Sorta.
Yeah.
Sorta. Alright, Dragon's gonna go down. FPX will get themselves to a second one there. Zed has himself the empowered Ionian boots, by the way, so he's got that from the feats of strength.
All the ability haste ever in the world of BLG though. 2 health is tier 2. Are happy enough to give up that dragon. And potential trade for a significant shove. Should be able to pick this turret up with a little fanfare, and that's all done. Zed on the bot side though finds the all-in onto Sheer. The exhaust now comes on down, but it's pretty late in the day. Sheer does go down. Knight managed to shuffle away. Shadow fast though. Flash away from the Comet Spear. And the far side alteration isn't entire. I'm watching Alex punch the air. He is so pleased with that combo.
That is the danger of getting Zed ahead. Beats out the Gwen in the 1v1-2. Who cares if you have an exhaust? And now Shadow has invested everything into bot side. Will escape with the ultimate. Has been teleported in. See if he could catch him out. Knight getting a huge 1v1 on that bot side though. So far ahead on the Zed.
I wonder, because of course Pantheon's base move speed is really high compared to most champs, whether you could just run it down. Didn't happen, and Knight just goes for the all-in.
He's already gotten down to 2/3 HP. It says, all right, well, that's kill threat. Uses the Q up there, the Sheer, so he doesn't have the full stack Q immediately for it. Gets a double, maybe even triple shuriken there. Ignite ticking, stays within the Shadow, within the Morning Mist, all times rather, Hallowed Mist, and manages to get out.
That's that Comet Spear just in case. It's out to safety. Mid lane tier 1 about to fall now. Assume slowed down by the Make It Rain. Driven into the wall is Shadow. The Impale lands onto the Pantheon. Knockup comes afterwards. Card Charm from the quickness. Ooh. And Shadow brought low. Knight picks up another.
Knight has been on such great form recently. I think for BLG, it's been a breath of fresh air for him to finally have a platform to play off of. So often, Knight will be playing well. Really, the only player playing well is Jway. Pops that ultimate. Beichuan caught out a little bit now.
A little bit of a dangerous position Sheer, though, in danger as Un goes on, looking for the knock-up. Sheer needs to find a skip and slash over the wall, and will do so out to save him.
And BLG, realistically, the only player that's been playing consistently well has been Knight. On has been on and off. I think he's had some great games, and he's had some very worthy MVPs, particularly on the Nico support and the Alistair, but struggled elsewhere. And I think that Elk, Beitran, and Bin have all struggled this year, realistically. Knight, the one consistent performer. And in the last week, he's played Kassadin, which didn't go so well for him, but then he played his Akali. He played Victor, which he's not played in this year as well. He ended up playing the Zed now. He's flexing the champion pool, something which he has a really huge champion pool. And actually having a platform to play off of has changed the way that the team can happen. Knight is one of the very best players in the world. And when he plays like this, you can see why. On, caught out. Yeah, a bit rough losing the flash there.
Flashes out to safety and is okay. Nothing too much more to be seen there. Beitran picks up a rock from the river and starts smacking a crab. Very, very scorpion-like.
Crustacean on crustacean violence.
Are scorpions crustaceans?
No, they're not. They're arachnids.
No, they're arachnids. They're spiders with stings.
Yeah, and they can breathe underwater for like several weeks.
Very alarming, that.
Yeah, they can form air bubbles around themselves and breathe underwater. They're kind of terrifying. Yeah.
Why were you sharing that fact on the LEC?
Because there was a pause, and I thought it was a fun fact, and I took it upon myself to entertain the audience. So.
How horrified is hysterics?
He's Australian. He's alright with it. Yeah, he was alright with it.
That's normal.
Yeah, care. You're right there. Wait. Find on. Remember, he has no flash. Needs to be a little bit careful here. W's over. Knight gets his own W away too. E out. Both of them very mobile.
Yeah, offer each other quite a lot of mobility. Is on. Will step on 40. Get vaulted though with the shield. And there's the Impale after. That'll be Shadow is dragged a long way away from safety. Bullet time. And the equalizer afterwards is a brutal AoE combo. As they try to retreat down the corridor. Knight goes on in. Exhausted. But the mark for death is absolutely there. Knight now sticking around. Sheer, where do you run? Knight's just waiting. He doesn't even need to do it. It throws a shadow out briefly, but it's a triple to Elk. They head straight back towards the Baron.
BLG are playing a solo queue game. FPX caught out. They can't catch the mobile members, and I love the patience from Elk in that fight. Doesn't pull the bullet time out until all of the cancels are used from FPX. Takes no chance with that. BLG have excess damage. They don't need to be throwing out their ultimates early into fights. You can see how valuable it is for them to just hold on a little more. I'm seeing this replay, right? First thing is, yeah, you can't lock down the mobile members of BLG when they're actually retreating very easily. They jump forward, they use their combos, that's a problem. All of these things are now on cooldown, and the slow from the Make It Rain is surprisingly threatening here. Slows them into that choke point. Elk still not pulling the bullet time. Sees the cancel come through. Now he can do it. Flashes back, puts a load of damage down, and FPX have nothing left to retreat with. It has been a common thing this game. They used everything to go forwards, nothing left to defend themselves.
Oh, Assume is like, I can't play the game anymore.
It's ridiculous. Even through the exhaust. Knight comes back for an extra Cyclo sword trade as well. Knight's been playing these gaps within the team fight incredibly well. It's lovely to see a guy play one of the classic assassins in this day and age.
10-3 right now. It's a long way from the 3-3 score he was at a long time ago. He has really popped off in this mid to late stage. Unfortunately for FPX, you might have an exhaust or two. It's just not enough.
Yeah. I think what's really helping as well is the fact, so Beitran talked about this in his post-game interview after his first series just yesterday with BLG, basically saying, look, my job is to play aggressively and tell people to join me, because that's an easy way to brute force cohesion.
Yep.
BLG, they have really good carry players. As long as Beitran is on Sejuani, on the Skarner, the Shinzao, he can go forwards and just be like, okay, I can force the play. Everyone else follow me. I will let you know what I need from you. And I think that's been really important, just to have someone brazenly going forwards and saying, this is the play we're making now. Knight has that spell shield, so Shadow can't jump onto him. That Edge of Night, very impactful. Here comes Beitran.
That's that go button you were talking about. Not going to be required quite yet. The Impale comes on down, and Shadow says, yeah, definitely not, and flashes away to safety. A member of the squad is even within remote touching distance of his opposite number. 100 gold apart. Everyone else is at least 700 apart. And never mind from mid downwards. Look at those leads. That's pretty brutal.
It's ridiculous. You know, Alkanon did well in the laning phase early on. There were some points where they were getting jumped on in mid lane, but as you rightly called out earlier, both AD carries have been heavily focused. They are the easiest people to kill on the map in this kind of game, with so much random assassination and jump potential onto them. Got the rest of that Baron buff ticking over for BLG. No dragging up just yet. A couple of minutes on that one. Now, it is a culling pull, but it is, as Shox once said, the dulling.
Yeah, someone needs to go find themselves a whetstone. That one's not really cutting anymore, is it? Forwards we go. Still got Baron attached to them. In goes on with the quickness. Oh my days, Asuma's just burned out. Flash over the wall. Knight throws down a death mark. Don't think I need to pull the call, but do I? Doa out there nodding along saying it's been about a decade, but you can look at all the moves and look at all the plays you want. Zed will still find his death mark here or there, won't he?
Still has a flash, still has an ignite, and Assume didn't even require either of them being used because he was so chunked out before that play. Double inhibitors going down. This is the BLG we know and love. It has been a long time since we've seen them. Their split one was torrid. This one's been worse. BLG marching towards the Nexus before 30 minutes.
Oh, we'll go on in, get knocked up briefly, but it means so very little at this point. The exhaust comes down, but it's onto a Skarner. Bullet time comes flying across, the most aggressive hailstorm you've seen in your life. We'll take 2 inhibitors and call it a day for now.
Backing off, BLG. 23 kills to 12. Dragon coming up 2.5 minutes. It won't be really ended around that Dragon. That is a huge Baron power play. And the worst thing here for FPX is that they are also losing their jungle camps as BLG retreat. They don't even get access to their own half of the map. There'll be some quick recalls coming through now. 4k plus advantage for both Zed and for Misfortune. GA built up for Knight, who's even built a tunnel for some extra HP at the end of it. Rapid fire cannon for Elk, so his first auto attack onto you is going to instantly crit and do 1,000,000 damage.
Yeah, because of course, remember, the love tap auto from Misfortune Pass means your first auto on someone really stings too. So empowering those later on in the game can be deceptively important on that champion. You've got double defensive tools on this Zed. There's a little bit of a jump forward here onto the Rakan. Still gets the opportunity to try and run away. Just gets to bounce out to safety. Don't have the damage anymore to blow up even the little bird. Shadow will shield ball forward. But again, damage on Elder doesn't do that much. The Heartsteel does, though. And Care wish he'd taken more of his namesake. Sheer throws out a load of needles and finally brings Elk down. But do you know how many members it took to get a single kill?
It took all of them, Sam. It took absolutely all of them. FPX burned up, and we'll look to see if they can revive from the ashes in the next game. BLG may well truly be back.
Knight just flexed the faker broccoli emote. He knows exactly who he's emulating here. The Zed comes out 11-3. BLG, new jungler, new day, and importantly for them, a new win.
BLG walk away with a win on Zed.
People now who can make sure pulling off some very entertaining stuff. There's our new look at the Rift again. Set the crowds yell for the second time, eh? BLG invade into FPX. I should say, is it an invade? No, they're red side. It's not an invade. Bit of a leash. Don't see that very often. That's why I got confuzzled. I was like, that feels odd, but they are going to be a little late then to lane. Potentially speeds up this Shin's out. Get a bit of a clear off towards that top side. Kind of where they were potentially going to get shoved in anyway. Happy enough to have that happen. The easiest bot lane to dive either, so happy enough to be shoved in early. So yeah, apologies, that wasn't an invade. Just me getting confused. It happens occasionally, guys. Wait. Doesn't put down the staggering blows. We'll have an aftershock to work with in a second or two. Doesn't need too much damage. Elkanon backing away, kind of aware. Nice clearing of the minions there. But they aren't hitting level 2 anytime soon. So we'll give that one up. Check out the double daggers. Ooh, just wide with that dredge line. When looking. Shattering strike. Auto. Crashed out. Happy enough with that. So. Both of our junglers on good timers here. That leash is going to get the Xin Zhao done about 5-6 seconds earlier than he would be normally. Gives the ability to potentially mess with this Ambessa top side very aggressively instead of Bimwell. Right now, there's an all-in on bot side. Jway looks for the hook, gets a decent chunk down. Jway, though, ends up being pulled into danger with those feathers coming flying on through him. On looking for the last auto. Mounts up, gets the kill. Supportal combat. Shadow now on the bot side. Elk low. There is a world here where they can start to play this very aggressively. On vision, though, so you should know exactly how much threat they're under. Gets Shattering Stroke himself. Feathers come flying on down. No cooldowns to work with. So Shadow wastes his time. Bejuan picks up that Scuttle Crab. Resets. Looks to come back on down and be on the board and ready to play. Is it just me? Vi in general not look great lately? Yeah, I think the thing that Vi is very telegraphed. You know exactly what a Vi is going to do. You generally know what a Vi comp is going to do. Even if it does make your comp theming very, very easy. We all know what we want a Vi comp to do. It is have follow-up on Vi pressing R. Be that by throwing your body in alongside her, or having skill shots that can do it from a long way away. Either way is kind of fine, but that's what you want to do. And if you're coordinated and confident, that's a very good way of very concisely and decisively making plays happen. However, the other team goes, well, they've locked in a Vi. She's going to be doing this thing where she ult her AD carry a lot. And you go, oh, yeah, so she will. Well, what do we draft to make that really difficult? And you go, oh, yeah, we could do that. And that can then get tricky, because then that then makes the life of the Vi quite hard. Because she doesn't really have any other play pattern but all-inning, really. You could decide to go in second rather than first, perhaps. You've got enough of a comp for it, but that's not always an option. As a result, Vi's going to look a bit silly. Care just get hit by the taunt. Flash from both mid laners. Rapid flash there from Care. Both mids now down that additional summoner. See where that comes back to bite people. But yeah, Vi requires your team to be quite coordinated, really. Even if it does make it quite easy to see when the trigger is being pulled. And depending on the comp you're into, you will need to take more or less into account. Like in this game, right? The Vi has to be aware that Crescent Guard can knock you out of position. There's a lot of CC from things like the Rel can make things quite tricky. And then you're diving most likely onto a Xayah, who will have the ability to use her feathers and her feather storm to make it quite tricky. At which point, well, maybe you go for the Jace, but then there's the Galio to keep your eyes on with the ult. Knowing when and how to pull the trigger and making it valuable, it's going to be quite hard this game, I think, for Shadow, who is, in fairness, a pretty prolific player of the Vice. He's no stranger to the cherry. Sheer looking for potential all in his. Shadow comes down with that lane gank. Cease and desist. Sheer knocked up. Can Knight find the angle on in? Onto the Ambessa. Can't quite do it. Realm Warp is here. Now Knight potentially in danger as more members of FPX turn up. Bin caught out a little bit by the flash. Ceases a desist from down the lane. Gets himself in trouble. Right, now actually a bit of damage coming on down as On was still hanging around with Knight, but Care was waiting. On does manage to crash down out to safety, so should be okay. Got a bit dicey there for a second, not quite enough damage on the board though. BLG head towards the grubs, only one spawn of that now, remembering. Bin though has respawned, so in a better position potentially to fight this. Wind becomes slightly across 3, but FPX here in serious force. Crescent guard down, Shadow in danger. No ult really to work with from Shadow, so we'll go down as well as Bin picks that one up. FPX, you've got very deep in this. Joy has to flash out of the feathers that will pull back. Feather Storm though, as the magnets as well come flying around. That's some dicey inclement weather. Both bot laners in short. Their various weather patterns are combined to deadly effect. Assume is not there. He was bot side this entire time, so it ended up being a 5v4 that FPX were not ready for, and BLG pick up the mark of martial mastery, courtesy of all those kills from that play. And we'll get the grubs as well. Let's have a look at this one again, as FPX wanted to come and contest this. Rocket came flying on through even. Did land on tonight. Got a little bit dicey for a second, but Shadow pulled the back of the pit with no ult. H1 and Bin just get to turn on him. Gets melted, and then Care and Dway have a really unfortunate time as the crash down Magnet Storm comes on through. And the Rise descends. Blue buff will be stolen away. There is a dragon up here as well. I'll just turn for the Skull Crab and say that'll be enough of a win for now. Knight B, as Knight does. He's got a Dark Seal in inventory and already got 3 stacks courtesy of that little play. Always feels good. Any AP champion, nearly guarantee Knight will have a Dark Seal in the build somewhere. On somehow 202 on the route. Early steel caps. He's into a Vi, Jinx, and an Ambessa. So, quite valuable there. Don't want to have the Merc treads specifically like the Rise, but hey, I think on the grand scheme of things, you're pretty happy with it. Bin goes to the skies, gets a decent chunk onto Sheer, who's got a lot of damage to work with at this point. Care, though, looking to roam on up. Bin could be in danger here. Teleport now flying. Depth charge comes on down. Lines the accelerated shock blast, but there's still the public execution. Bin flashes to the sky. Kind of buys some time. The taunt comes down, and Sheer himself ends up taunted. Dway trapped under the turret will go down as well. Sheer now caught out a little bit as well. Ends up being the 1-for-1. Care in danger. Blast cones out towards the Krugs. Be a crash down available. Oh, the rocket! Steals the dragon. No smite from Base 1. So it was always going to be an inability to use the summoner spell. Care still not able to reset. Elf trading out with Shadow. And assume. In comes Galio ult. Picks up the kill with it. 2-0-3 now for the Galio, who is 7 stacks on the Dark Seal. Nice snipe on the dragon there from Elk. Not from Elk, from Assume. I apologise. I was going to say BLG and that was wrong. Then I said Elk, that was also wrong. Third time was the charm there, the FPX. Bot laner secures a good snipe. And engage again on potentially in danger. Crash down into the Raptor pit, out to safety. Knight finds a big knock up there with the Justice Punch. Sheer gets to escape though, loses about 2/3 of his HP bar. Still a little while before our next objective, so back to laning we may be well asked to look as Dway goes looking for the hook, though after the Hex Slash on crashes down away to safety. In goes Shadow, tries to turn it around, though does On with a bit of damage with the Magnet Storm. They kill off the Vine. Still trying to trade those out. Sheer gets one back. In comes Baytron, though, looking for an angle. Audacious Charge. Wind becomes Lightning. Dway gets a slow with the Titan's Wrath. And the Riptide coming on through. Bin still around and available, looking to go to the skies. The feathers come flying on through, and Assume goes down as well. FPX finds an initial engage, but it wasn't clean. And BLG were there and forced to defend. I'll look to throw everybody with their 3 grubs at this turret, and the first turret of the game surely falling towards Billy Gaming. Where has this been all split long? This team looking a lot more aggressive and on point in the early game. Hopefully we'll get a replay there, because Dway think he's found an angle. Kinda has. Problem is BLG were more than ready to respond. Welcome back, BLG. You have been missed. Let's have a look at this. Dway on visions. They have an idea it's happening. On crash down the way, and then Baytron here in a second. He's just gonna realize he's in danger, but Crescent Guard and immediately jumps on in with the Magnet Storm that helps from On. And Knight's there. He actually does quite a lot of damage at this point. Sure, lost the Rel. Doesn't care that much. Really good flash away from Night means he doesn't get hit by the Dredge Sign. And Dway then is in a bit of a deep spot with no aftershock working. Knight's allowed to pick that one up as the rest of BLG turn up in force. The feathers come flying. And now Elk is 202. Knight is 305. Fully stacked Dark Seal. The Row is in as well. Oh my days, Elk! Can't quite get them all, but desperately try to flash away from the rocket. All the while, the solo lanes are bot side, picking up the tier 1. That was a 2v3. And Elk just stands and delivers. Nearly took one with him there. Hammer comes on down. The minions get smacked in the head a lot. Cheer. Lacerating through the minions. Does manage to clear that one largely out. Dragon in a minute. Herald in 20 seconds. Shadow looking to steal away the Raptors. The things that will happen with some of the objective times being a little less around, particularly that second set of grubs. Does mean there's a little bit more of a window to really aggressively shove for towers without there just being something else on the map to lose while you're doing it. $3,500 gold is BLG's lead right now. Bin goes blinging out. Shock blast. We're talking about the price of dairy in chat, and then there's some suggestions that maybe now, before the price gets too high, is the time to go fascinate women with cheese. There will be no further context given to where that comes from. Shit, shoving out towards his bot side. Knight. Strolling on forward, throws out the winds of war. And the minions go, no! And they get flown away and die. Horrible death. Giant statue crushes them with the power of his mighty wind. Herald dropped into mid lane. Baytron driving. Gets a second charge on in. In goes On. Diving onto Assume. That Jinx gets jinxed. Lucky Shield comes on down. Teleport onto the minions. Gets to the tier 2. Flash away from Care. Has been found him by the Wolves. Second charge from Baytron. Is he going to look for that one? No, he's going to keep driving to the other side. What's he doing? He's a madman. Gets the charge on in. 20% of that one goes down. There's an engage, though, as Baytron is not there. They lose the Rel. Flash away from Dre. As Care gets that kill. Courtesy of some spell flux. And some overloads. Knight gets hurt, potentially in danger. He's quite squishy here on the Galio. Requires an aftershock. Goes down. Ceases to sit to the backline. Suddenly FPX find a big angle. Elk goes down as well. You've just lost 3. How much more can you find at the back end of this as BLG need to keep retreating? Baytron being jumped on. Throws down the smite for the slow. Should be fast enough out here, but a flash. Vault breaker. Crescent Guard comes on down. Wind becomes lightning. Should be an angle to potentially get onto this Raptors, audacious charges there, but a flash on forward from Shimix. He can keep looking. Elm goes crashing on down and helps save his jungler's life. BLG sloppy on the retreat. Split up a little bit there. And FPX still got some fangs. Find a few important kills. Problem is there's no objectives on the board to get anything more out of it. Can't really get to any turrets either. Just the waves were all shoved out. So a feel-good moment. And in fairness, Sheer, now up 4-0-1, actually has a gold lead. It's Ambessa. Quietly, quietly, quietly. Right back in it. Let's have a look again. Because Dway going to find a hurt. To the Rune Prison that gets Care 1. Beitwan split off, and now BLG need to retreat. Bin is on that tier 2, and they'll get that turret, and the retreat gets a bit sloppy. Another Rune Prison. Knight in danger is again with a rower build that's not fully stacked. This isn't an ending despair. It's not a tank build on the Galio. It's Knight. He's gone for a bit more damage. He's sole AP. That Rune Warp. Rune Warp. Alex has done it to me. It's Realm Warp. Never had an issue with this before. Realm Warp comes on through. And they get another moment. BLG kind of getting picked off one by one by one. Got a little bit of gold back. The Rise, and the slight gold lead, is still stacking the Ambassador at 2 items. It's a good moment. Still a couple minutes until the next dragon. Worth saying that FPX have claimed the first 2. So they can get that one, get themselves a soul point. Things get interesting. Teleporting towards that bot side. Knight flashing away to keep out of a potential cease and desist angle. But with Shadow still not having that ult available. Perhaps a little bit overzealous there from Knight. Mistiming on the ultimate. So, Dragon in a minute. That's probably our next port of call. Most people going to be at 2 items. Don't think Jinx is going to quite make it. See what happens on this reset here. Rise nearly with that rower fully stacked as well. That extra level. It's quite valuable here. Shadow not quite at 2 items either. Of course, FPX don't have to fight around this next dragon. They can say, look, we'd rather play for some structures. We don't have any turrets yet. We've got a lot of standing gold to claim. Look to play that. They've got the win con, or the win rate. Win chance, statistical win probability. There'll be a better way of phrasing that. Pretty BLG favour. Dropped a little bit after that fumble on the shove with the Herald. BLG starting a Battacon. The newly revamped version of it. Turret secured, Ambessa TPing in. But that is Atacon taken. BX TP'd in, but it's a little late. What about the turnaround after? VLG looking for potential play here. Dwayko try and turn it around. That comes on through, sees the assist over the wall. But Elf will pull the feathers. In comes Galio with the hero's entrance, ensuring that the Vi has a horrible time. Flash away from Care to try and survive Bin, but he's not going very far at all as Galio picks up another couple. Bin now hunting on an angle, looking for an accelerated shock blast angle. Can he find someone? Spots out the 2 members. Won't go too far. 3 members dead. As the dragon is up. And FPX turn up late to the Atacon. Fail the retreat. BLG break the base wide open. Remember, they've gotten the grubs already. No Jinx rocket to steal this one this time. So it'll be a broken base, a dragon, and a decisive advantage once more for BLG. If it wasn't already. Ben maybe needs to be a bit wary here. Double control wards should mean that Ben is wary enough on his retreat to get out to safety. Medjai's just picked up for... I say bin, that's the wrong side of the lane. Knight. Riftmaker done as well. That is a damaged Galio, folks. Those ground slams. Those additional souls stolen. Be a little bit nasty here. Soul AP as well, so no one's building any MR. I say that, and I see the Merc Treads and Rise's inventory immediately, so oops. But hey, here we are. Quiet moment here. Still a couple minutes till Baron spawns. Alright, bit of an engage. Quay. Low. Beige one stepping on forward. Flash for the root on in. They interrupted the hero's entrance though. That means Knight couldn't join the play. And Beige one dies. Overforce. Public execution. Looking up to Knight. The curse of the book. Trying to run away. Cease and desisted. And they're just running over BLG. Everyone's dying. It's an ace. On near enough. It's a bit of a shield from Ono too, but how far can you run? There'll be a Vault Breaker over the wall. It's interrupted by On. Good sweeper and awards. Not quite the ace. On survives. No Baron to take. But the book now empty. BLG went way too hard. Interrupt on the hero's entrance as well. Critical there. And you lost your front line. Your back line gets run at. And suddenly, Vi gets into the back line for free for once. Have a look at the replay. BLG, see the angle. Really want a hard force. Think they can start murdering people. Assume gets jumped on and thinking, okay, we can play this. Flash for the 3 Talon Strike, knock up onto Care. Shadow interrupts the hero's entrance. That leaves Base One out to die. Knight is not tanky, remember. That is damaged Galio. Q, flash from Shadow. Means that Knight about to die on the back end of it. Also, Cease and Desist comes on in. And it's given FPX the opportunity to get a reset on the Jinx the first time in a very long time. Got the kill onto On. He dies now as well on the return to live. Baron now up and available. BLG. Have they just thrown this? Down a half HP. Beichuan is around, can look to steal. Audacious Charge, difficult to prevent the Shinzao from getting into the pit. Then also turning on up. Engage onto Beichuan. Does have the Crescent Guard, trying to buy some time. Cease and Desist. And the public execution. They've blown up shit. Down to 3,000 HP. It's going to still be a flip. Beichuan can still get into the pick and look at the Audacious Charge on in. But it's interrupted. Can't do it. Baron secured. Fight afterwards. Scary. Elk goes up into the sky. And they'll murder the Nautilus. Assume in danger. Not excited as yet. Care flashes out to safety. Finally brings low that Zaya. Bring down the Jinx. Reset from Care. One Baron gets out. But the Baron is secured nonetheless. Gold lead. Now non-existent. It's up. Less than 1,000 gold. Can they do much with the Baron? I don't know. But either way, a big set of plays for FPX. A 1 team fight, a 1 Baron. On, crashes down and away, and just gets picked up. That's what happened in the replay, and that's why they're playing the 4v5. BLG, a little bit sloppy over the last few moments. Shadow, some really good picks here with his squad. And that's where it got a bit awkward. Sheer went on in, Phase 1 gets jumped, but doesn't die. And they absolutely blow up the Ambassador. Baron secured, the hook prevents Phase 1 from getting in for the steal. Elk finds a decent enough feather pull, but Care is still really tanky at this point. Spin, though, is also an absolute monster. And makes this a very interesting dragon. Soul point for FPX. Second dragon for BLG. Over the wall goes on. 6,000 HP. One of the players went out will be finally a 5v5 without someone getting picked off beforehand. Sheer looking for the angle. Dragon secure. Base one gets that one. Magnus on the backside of the hero's entrance is in. But it's only really onto a few people. Keeps people's health bars high. On now in danger. Front line from BLG. Not as tanky as it once was. Knight jumps on. Will die. Again, Assume gets excited. Elk goes into the sky. The feather's going to be brutal here, but interrupted before he can get the feather pull back. Realm Warp to keep on hunting. A BLG just falling apart. The front line isn't. Not anymore. The front suggestion. The Jinx starting to get resets. The damage starting to come on through. The base might be broken, but BLG... their comp isn't getting that shotgun blast they need. And the moment the Jinx gets one reset, the Rise gets to hop on forwards and start keeping bodies rolling. It gets tricky. Dragon secured. That's a win in some ways. And On finds a bit of an engagement, but Assume flashes out from it. Not hit by the Magnet Storm. And the hero's entrance doesn't really get that much value, and that means the re-engage could come on through. Ben goes on a rampage, but dies to do it. Top for top. Sheer trading up with Beitwan here. TP on in. Knight is around as well. Gets the 3 Talon Strike knocker. Lacerate to try and get some speed up. People coming on over to play, and that means Sheer will die as well. Surely! Doesn't quite have enough Omnivamp. And now Assume left out to dry. Remember, doesn't have a flash. They get the kill. Look to turn around. The wind becomes lightning. Care is still really scary, though. I think On will probably die. Beitwan also now in danger. Where does he go? Doesn't have a flash. Lands, but wind becomes lightning. And they get a double. 2 for 3. The Shadow died as well. Care, though, does get another head of kills. Had to TP in for it. But does. A minor win for BLG. Breaks the back of the Baron shove. And of course, Care, the only member with the Baron. It was looking really good for BLG. And a few fumbled fights in a row gets interesting. Bin, I'm assuming, just ends up seeing a lot of people. Walks in to Shadow's Vault Breaker. Flash away from the public execution. Shadow looking to plone around as Shabaton was there, though. And Bin still has a lot of damage. And they teleport in saying, well, I think we can play this. And they can. It takes a long time to bring Sheer down. And then Assume is here. And he's suddenly doing a lot of damage, but he's split up. Gets Magnet Storm engaged on. Remember, no flash, as we said. Didn't really have a way out. Base one flash for the angle to get over the Chompers. And Care turns up, and he's just bloody scary. I think at this point, he just kind of had to leave. But with the roam down from Dwayne, no way out from Base one anymore. And Knight says, yeah, we need to get out of here. Gives a couple kills back afterwards. A little bit too far from BLG at the end of it all. And that's actually now a gold lead for FPX. Crazy as that is to say. 1,500 gold. Overdo that. Set of Phoenixes. The Rise. 2k ahead. Nearly at a death cap. 3 items for the Jinx. Same for the Xayah. That's not bad necessarily. Top lane, a bit of a wash. This Rise, though, is going to be a problem. If Care is not shut down, if the Jinx gets a reset, the extended fights. Very, very good for FPX. Jinx getting excited, more cooldowns, more rotations for the Rise. Trick. Minute until Hex Tech Drag. Alright. Audacious charge. Shadow in danger. Trying to jump on the engage. They blow him up. Depth charge comes on down. Turn around. Redemption heal is good. Keeps on alive for a second or two. No resets yet. Now Dway is dead. Assume is down. The Jinx left out to try. Shadow. Or rather, Shattering Strike onto Care, who tries to run away. Gets knocked up by the 3 Talon Strike. Still very, very fast. Blast code. But where does Care run to? Seraph's shield burns out. Nowhere to go. Gets hit by the Winds of War. They hurt a lot more than they would normally. Because again, that's damage. Galley. Audacious charge. Sonya's burned. Broken. Knight gets that one with the Winds of War. Baron's up. Dragon's up in 25 seconds. Both reasonable choice for BLG to choose. They turn towards the Baron. Decision made. Pick the engage so Shadow can't go forwards. Then they get to where Assume never gets excited. And yes, Care is still really scary. When he's running away, it's a lot harder for him. to be as threatening as he might be in another scenario. 30 seconds on him. And with the fast resets into the Hex Gates, I think BLG will be able to fight another fight here around this dragon. Sole point for them, though, if they can secure it. Same for FPX. They'll be doing so with the man advantage. At least for the start of the play. Sai a little slow to get over, but it was for the Infinity Edge build. So I can't blame her for wanting to stick around for that. BLG can't make those turn, but still win by nameplate diff. I would say yes if BLG hadn't been really sloppy this split. I think BLG's comp makes sense in the sense that basically what you do is you send Shinto or Rel forwards and the Galio comes down on top of them and it sets up for the Jason Zaya to murder people. And you've got anti-dive tools by the same margin that if the Nautilus or Vi are unwise when they all in, the Galio, Feathers, Rel turnaround is really, really nasty. The problem is they've gone for a very squishy shotgun comp in the grand scheme of things. That means you can pull the comp apart doing that. Great Realm Warp picks up a kill onto Galio. They can finally pick up the tier 1 mid. And extended fights, very scary for FPX. How did Knight get split off from a team so heavily there? Shadow gets out, steals the blue buff. That breaks the Baron for BLG. Oops. Bin goes to the skies. He is getting very scary on this chase now. It's not really been about him, but he has been doing a lot of work to really threaten these silence. Yes, I think Sheer also in a good spot here on the Ambessa. Still got a dregs of Baron to work with. We'll use to break open the base. BLG here as a group. Stun on Waves gets absolutely eviscerated. Bezos steps on forward of the Sheer. Now he's left a little bit alone. Not very tanky. Flashed on forwards. But he ends up way too deep. Tried to jump into a super flashed out well. That means base run. Rune prisoned up. Crescent guard run down. That means he dies as well. There's going to be a realm warp to follow. Watch for the couple on that ultimate from Care. Won't use that R button. Double flash. Great response from Assume, keeps him alive. Shadow now looking for an angle. Turn around from BLG or where they might be getting flanked onto. In comes the hero's entrance. Sheer knocked up. Care survives. Rooted as Knight. Winds of War. Brings him low. Goes golden. Assume not be able to find some rockets here in the back end of it all. Gets another couple. That's Elf dead as well. 60 seconds. They have enough for wave. There's no wave clear. They all died. They've got a jinx. They could just end the game. They've teleported mid. On's about to die. Shadow's going to pick him up. Stays still, knows what's happened. It looked so good for BLG for a lot of this game. And then the game's gotten later. H1 and Knight are just not tanky. They've not been able to threaten Assume consistently. Every time he's had his flash, he has used it so well. 20 seconds on Elk. On and Beichuan trying their best to clear the wave. Buying time, not enough. 8 on Bin. Can they end the game? A little bit of a wave left. The Nexus turrets aren't going to be damn tanky at this point of the game. Bin's back up, needs to shock blast. I think it's over. I think we're going to 3. FPX, the late game rise, the late game on the Jinx. Poppy as well. So that'll be the support option. Decent enough pairing with the Sejuani. Front to back mostly for BLG with a decent amount of pick to go with it. The Renata locked in for Jway. Try and manage things like that. Renekton, Sejuani, Kai'Sa, Poppy, you know, all people who'll be diving forward to some capacity. Be pretty obnoxious. FPX, think of a 1-4 split push option here. Decent disengage tools as well between the Renata ult, the hop away from a Tristana, the Ahri ult, Wukong and all.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。全军出击！
Bit of a level 1 player's out. In danger. Flash over the wall from Ken. Landed the charm! Gorgeous read! And now Assume in danger. Does go down. On in danger though with the flash on forward. Baitron looking to make sure they keep someone alive. Can't do it. They lose another. Ends up being a 2-for-1 right now in favor of FPX. Care will die here at the back end of it. All Night will be donated this kill, you have to imagine. Starts the charm and so many summoners blown. It's a 2-for-2. And neither AD carrying late at the start of it all. Alright, who got the kills? 1 for Knight, 1 for K, who goes back and gets a Dark Seal early. 1 for the Poppy. And 1 for, of course, this Renata. Lots of summoners burned. BLG down. All of their spot side. Dway only holding onto his flash. That's the only one there. Level 2 hit first. Flash for the handshake. And now shoved away. Dway down to 20% HP. This is our whole thing. Knight also has a Dark Seal. So both our mid laners saying, yeah, we can snowball. What about it? Way. Bit of a chunk there. Throws out the loyalty program. It's an auto as well. Goes nyeh. That's the sound that Renata's gun makes now. Shadow was looking potentially mid lane. Cares down at half HP there. Has been eating a fair amount of chunk here. Knight does have flash. Won't be asked to blow it. Baitron was around anyway. A little bit of support there in case Care had more pressure put on him than he was willing to burn. Good laning there from Knight, getting a lot of chunk out. Top side though, now Sheer is in danger. Permafrost going to come on unavailable, and that just means so much CC as the Yorick transforms into light. Where are we in this early game after the action? Weird state of affairs. Mild lead to BLG, partly because they got that really good gank up top side. Also got them the feats of strength in terms of the mark of martial mastery is what it is. Gets Ben ahead of curve, gets him an early executions calling. That's good value. Bot side though, Baytron looking to see whether there's some potential punish down there, but with Renata offering the Guardian Shield and the rocket jump away, wouldn't be an easy gank, so might end up costing him some Raptors here. Baytron though, want to roam on up. Try and turn this into a smite fight. Shadow gets it, hops over the wall. Kaiser's coming. How aggressively do we want to play this? On, thinking about flashing on over. There we go, shoves on back onto Shadow, who does flash out to safety. Permafrost doesn't quite land. Flash on Shadow. On managed to find an angle over the wall by himself without the flash. Just got vision. Sheer now in danger, throws down the Dark Procession. Bin with that level 6, tries to get a chunk before the level 6 can come on through from Sheer. We'll get this crash on in. No teleport available. And the reset comes on down. Should be a plate, I think, to bin there. Well, On now in danger. Flashes out to safety. And the explosive charge will not lead to the death of Ms. Poppy there. Baytron stepping up on top with this Sejuani Renekton combo. Oh, quite get the damage they're looking for. And the turret's back are problematic. Baytron has to flash away. That Bin's in danger. As the Maiden and those ghouls prove really problematic. Flash for the Q. Slice over the wall available. Gets over. Sheer misses the Morning Mist. Great flash from him. That wasn't so clean. The turnaround with the ghouls got really scary in the turret shots. Well, on to grubs they go. BLG want to claim those themselves. Surprised FPX weren't playing more aggressively for those with the Tristana and the Yorick, but secured now by BLG, looking for time to dive up top side. Here we go. Dway's coming up, has level 6, can make this very interesting. Watch the hostile takeover, flashes for it, puts it onto On. Handshake back, and BLG overforced the dive. Knight's now TP'd up, still wanting to play this. Assumes also roamed on up. The Arcane Storm comes on down. She's gonna be forced away from his turret. Glacial Prison available. Good handshake from Dway. There's also roam from the AD carry. They want to play for the turret with the grubs. That's the idea. They'll happily trade out On's life for that, I think, in the grand scheme of things. Sending people bop with the grub difference. Should still end up being a win for BLG on that front, I think. First turret secured, feats of strength secured. Assume now in danger, forced to flash. Doesn't have the rocket jump available or the buster shot. Bot side turret, not going to be quite secured actually for FPX. That's the change in macro, because you can't trade grubs so freely. BLG, play very aggressively on it, going to shove onto Shadow there. Is he going to think about ulting that? No, he's not. Wondered. 1,000 gold lead for Bin's Renekton. Drake, nice play to theoretically save the dive to an extent, and did, but he didn't save the turret. BLG in the extended play, for all it was a little bit messy, still come away with most of what they wanted there. Giving up the kill is unfortunate. Not the end of the world, and I think it was Dwayne. It wasn't Dwayne who picked that one. It was Sheer who did end up getting it, so that's kind of good news for him. But, you know, still lost the turret, still lost all the plates. And the bot side turret isn't traded. 3 minutes until next dragon. 4 until Heralds. We get a little bit of extended laning for now. So be nothing else really to play for apart from turrets. Bit of license to be a bit aggressive with some of your summoner spells in ganking if you want to. Elk potentially in danger here as FPX were looking around the angle. Swift enough with the supercharger away. Quiet minute or two. BLG looking potentially at a bit of a gank themselves. Base one's here, and I say quiet minute or two, it's not anymore. Flash on forwards, double knock up with the keeper's verdict. Assume down to the bailout, and it will be nothing on top forwards. And gets another elf flash on out. The moment I say it's quiet, it's anything but. Nice collapse. Night roams down. Beitron finds the ult. Shadow maybe looking for an engage. Does get one onto Beitron, but he's not taken turret aggro quite yet. Gets the back out to safety. Shadow eats an Arcane Storm. Holds on to that turret, though. Might start to see a couple resets here in preparation for a dragon or a herald. Well, backs away from Tempting Charm. Beitron comes across, has the sweeper. They go, oh dear. Arctic Assault into that flash. Heroic charge, double keeper's verdict. The Buster Shot does not do enough. It knocks both Elk and Knight back. And Elk still has ult. Still gets to reset, come on in. Gets that kill. BLG now, 2,500 gold up. Don't quite claim that mid-tier one, which would have been the gold standard. I think they'll be the ones who into attacking this Yorick. It's been successful, but it's not been easy. You know what? Storytime might have to wait. Tier 1 under siege. On steps on 4, misses the keeper's verdict. Gets in quite a lot of trouble there. Dies. Threatening under that turret. They claim the tier 1. It does come at the cost of On's life. Herald now into mid lane. No grubs to its name. Might well, with an explosive charge, I'm not be able to get that one. Flash from Knight. It's the charm. Nearly came on through. Flash from our mid laners. More concerning on Knight, who has no additional mobility. Hello. We've got a Nymaera briefly. He's in the background sorting himself out before LEC.
Yeah, I've got a while since I got to go. I just got to rest my voice and my brain a bit. Really.
That's fair. It's been an interesting game. Game 2 should have been BLG's and they fumbled late. Finn, are you...
I think alone on one side of the map. There is a teleport if they want to use it. He's just using slice and dice though. I think he's in a bit of trouble.
He's got Dominus, flashes, gets a bit of time. Shadow gets the knockup, but it'll still be part 2. Gets a decent run away, and actually, there's the second chunk, but there's no dark possession, and Bin gets out.
So while it's happening then, BLG pushing all the other lanes. Bin holding up his end of the bargain by saying, alright, I'll buy time. Kez used his ultimate there too for something. Tails are up. Presumably that'll be down. Don't know what he forced with that. Yeah, BLG gets Tower on the other side of the map.
There we go. About to do story time. Alpha there is in the picture-in-picture. On found him, had to ult away. One of these days, we'll get a chance to do story time. It won't be right now.
Importantly, no second item for Aris and early Andrews coming through there. Knight has got second item, and I feel like he's got an easier time to
Sheer.
Sheer got out.
In comes Kaiser, ulting on forward. Sheer tries to collapse, and the maiden will mean nothing. Ooh. She dies too. Down goes the Yorick Dragon. Up and available. Man advantage for BLG. They'll turn right back on to that Flying Lightning Dragon.
Yeah, now, there are a couple of ultimates missing for BLG, but their basic abilities are more than fine to start plays off. You know, you have the Renekton Sejuani, which is a really good combo. at this kind of time point in the game. You get towards like 3 items, and that falls off a little bit. Hang on, Alex overstayed.
Flashes away, can't quite get the turret. The minions will do the work. So ends up being flash for tier 2. Probably worthwhile on top of that dragon. Shadow on a flank angle though. Could look to threaten on about half HP. Here we go. Shadow gets shunted into the wall. Nice work from On. How much damage can he do on the back end of it though? It is Shadow with the Cyclone working on. Will die here. Nice little flank to pick up something on the retreat.
That's a kill. Use the Cyclone. What's happening with the rest of the map? Sheer reset. Because he's come back alive. He has a teleport. Care, still no second item for him. Yeah, he's feeling a bit of crap actually. By the way, Knight hasn't played Victor besides one other game, which he really played very well just yesterday. He hasn't played it the rest of this year.
Yeah.
It's his second game this year.
That's the one. He's got a fairly decent amount. It's his 29th career game. It's not like he's unplayed on the champion exactly, but it's just not been a thing from this year, which is a bit unusual because we have seen a number of players really default to it. Look at the likes of Chovy doing absolutely godlike things on that champion. Right at the entry or the opening of LCK, this split. Fun series versus T1 to clutch it out in the dying moments of that game. But on towards Atacama we go. BLG starting it up. They have claimed every Atacama in this series. FPX are around. No Cyclone, but there is a flash. Always makes Wukong a little hard to pin down. The gravity field in the choke point though, alongside that Arcane Storm. There's no real way for the Wukong to get in without full sending. So Atacama, new and revamped for the new map. Secured. Knight TP topside, picks up the wave. Having a grand old time here on the Herald of the Arcane, or as Alex likes to call them, the Gerald of the Arcane. Alex, can you pick that up? That's my curry. I ordered food for myself. Sorry, I thought you might be gone, otherwise I would have ordered some for you too. I failed Alex, I didn't get him food. Thought he had LEC and we'd be leaving, and I feel bad now. Well, in that case, I owe you food. I apologise, my guy. So, tier 2, under siege. Nice glacial prism with the Arctic Assault combo. Sheer down about half HP from it. They won't force too hard. Too many members of FPX around, and learning that discretion can be the better part of valor, but FPX have been good at punishing some of these aggressive FPX or BLG shoves. Care though, in danger force, the flash as Elk says, yeah, you can't TP like that. I will. Killer instinct on you. Hostile takeover might be the base rank kills off his support. Sejuani makes On eat the lollipop. Boysenberry flavoured. And On, is he playing lollipopping? I didn't see. Dway is 3-1 and 3 on this Renata, which is just hilarious. Hostile takeover value way too high. He's had some really good ones this game. Oh, Alex is delivering me my food. I'm really excited. Thank you, Al. Everyone say thank you, Alex. Thank you, Alex. There's the TP. So, Care comes on in, and Knight and Gelt go, are you sure? Elk just stands and delivers, cleanses the charm, ult, forces Care to flash. Turn around, On buys a lot of space in the choke point. Can't quite get the kill, though, and then the hostile takeover in the Ignite means that On dies despite doing quite a lot of good work there. 2 and 5 on this Poppy is nearly all of the deaths for BLGs onto the Poppy, which I suppose is not a bad thing considering he's a pseudo frontline, but still, On at times can be known to position quite aggressively, shall we say gently. $50 seconds also on the Tex-Tech Dragon. Will be soul point for BLG if they can claim it. I don't think FPX wants to give that one over. Finally got that second item on the R. He's gone the Malignance. There is no Roa build here. Again, we are post-patch changes, so some of the nerfs towards Roa and stacking and all those things have come on free. Try and mitigate everyone's building tank on mages. Knight, though, split pushing away, looking for that tier 2. Sheer will claim the one on the bot side, but it will be traded out well enough by BLG. Gold lead is there for BLG. 4,000 or so gold is a big gold lead. But we saw BLG throw from further just last game, and FPX feel like they've at least got a little bit more to work with than they did, say, 5-10 minutes ago. BLG not been able to snowball out of control from the lead they had in mid-game. Still not a flawless team as yet, for all we've seen some improvement with Beishwan's addition to the roster. Were some rumours just yesterday that their coach had been fired mid-series. By the looks of it, just subbed out for that game. Trying to change who's on stage at any given moment is the idea. Have people prepped and ready between games, so you've got people focusing on draft or other elements of the game. So goes the public statement anyway. How much of that is actually true? Well, that's another question entirely, isn't it? Dragon's up. So is Baron. And I have food. Very excited. Dragon. Not contested by FPX. That's the sole point. No cross map either. Don't get anything for it. Not sure about that one, FPX. Didn't have to fight it. I hope you find something more on the map from it. Uber. Looks to be nabbed away by Elk. And I do story time, guys. Been trying to do it for a while, but I am kind of mid-munching. Some katsu curry. BLG with Dependenti munching on that Baron. Just a choke. Seeing what the response was. Cheer under threat. Kaiser looking for the ult on him. Dark Procession is down. Doesn't need to ult quite yet. Still hold on to it. Hasn't need to burn it. Oh my days, Bin. Elk absolutely eviscerate the Yorick. Beitwan and On are on this top side anyway, so looks like you can start the Baron on the other side super freely. Beitwan jumps on for the permafrost, comes on down. Damage back onto Shadow. Trying to get some damage onto that Sejuani. The explosive charge to surely kill him off, and that will be Bacon for the Tristana. 1 for 1 in the grand scheme of things. Not bad from FPX. Alex yells in the YouTube chat, yay! Sorry, then guys play. On. Looking for the 1v1 with Yari. That's a goal. Dway ignites him. BLG content to play this one a bit slowly. They have the wink on in 2.5 minutes. That would be Hexol for them. Death cap done for Victor. Flickerblades, Wild Arrows, Infinity Edge. All the crit you could ask for, really, on the Kaiser. That's great news. Assume, though, at least he's got 3 items himself. Alright, building up towards what will likely be a Thorn Mail third. He's had the Bramble Vest for a while. Got it early in lane versus the Renekton. It's often a buy, if you feel like you can build some armor. Randuin's just done for Bim. Not quite a stride breaker, but the slow's still valuable in those team fights against quite a lot of the mobility, if nothing else. map is looking pretty dark here. BLG are in control of a lot of it. And they can just say, cool, we don't need the Dissolve. We can play for Baron. You feel really sad about it. FPX see very, very little on that whole top side of the map. A ward that is blocked off currently. Started up. BLG. Zoning off. Knight. Being obnoxious keepers. Verdict. Knocks the bot lane away. Down to half HP. Shadow. Sheer steps on forward. Shadow. Traded out with Bin. That means his Baron is just gone. FPX unable to find their way into the dark. Well managed by BLG. Most disciplined I've seen them look in a while, that. Yeah, ult on forward. Elk looks for the angle on the back end of it. He dies. Tristana gets it. On dies as well. That's a reset for Assume. But look on the other side. That head storm is nasty as Ben looks for the angle. Flash on forwards. Assume gets out though with the rocket jump away from that ruthless predator. No culling of the meek required. Ends up being 2 for 3 in favor of FPX. Bot lane just died. Great work from Assume. Still, though, the Victor's alive, the Renekton's alive, and I don't know if that's going to be enough then to be able to fight or contest this Baron fully, or the Dragon fully. Makes the Baron a little harder. Here we go. Gonna try and rush this down. 2 solo laners. Should just smash through this. There's no smite available. Here we go. What's it down now? Oh, they have to pull away. They have to pull away. Might mean it's FPX's to take. TP's coming on in. BLG want to play this. 4v5 potentially. Dragon secured. On with the steadfast presence rolling. Procession's in. Flash over the wall from Shadow. Gets knocked into the wall. Doesn't find a good cyclone angle. Elk on the other side! John's managed to get the kill onto Care, who gets bailed out, but not for long enough. The Arcane Ray! Hextech Ray does his work. Sheer can't get in range. No way to get the shovel on the head. And the Kaiser turns up with a killer instinct and punishes her die earlier on. That's the ace. And BLG will walk their way through mid. Second day with their jungler on stage. Second day where the honeymoon phase seems to still be in action. A fumble in game 2, make no mistake, but they were still looking good in it. A great team fight at the end of it all, and BLG moved to 6 and 5. The trajectory finally in an upwards direction. Matches the had that giant pause, and somehow you had to wait until there were more important things on screen. Bluntly, it could have been any time, really. It's all more important than you. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we went there. Oh, look at that transition on the map. Gorgeous. And straight into a pulse. Never mind then. We're going to do some gyros and we don't get it anymore. Huzzah! Excelsior! We're getting gyros? Whoa. Oh, another set! IG get a fourth gyro. LGD gyro. This is Ocean Salts. You reckon a 3-map series? I mean, with these two teams, who knows? IG are notoriously flippy, aren't they? Jackie v Gala. A bot lane we've seen quite a lot of. Mako and Crisp are hardly slouches either, are they? How many international trophies can you find in this bot lane? Between MSIs and Worlds. Have to make a lot of Western fans pretty envious, huh? Yeah, look across the board in general here. It's not a bad little trophy cabinet. Na'Vi and Cream, probably the two with the lowest counts. More champions and MSI champions galore in here.
BLG.
'Na'Vi goes whacking some things. Who do you think is more likely to win this series? It should be Top Esports. Pretty handily. They're probably still our best team in the league. 600 games in the LPL. 369. Congratulations to him. Brief return of a Nymaera.
Ah, the old Gwen Theory. Both of them just W and non-continuing.
Oh, bot side, Mako. It's a fair amount of damage and throws a lance back and says, ow, that hurt, don't do that.
Yeah, but I think this matchup gets really interesting because the supports interact in very fun ways. But both of them are the ones which are kind of getting carried through the laning phase by strong laning in carries. Just top side, flash.
Might be able to jump for some more here, and they just get the kill. Second set of Darkin Daggers. A little bit of overstep there for 369. Jojo is waiting, cancelled his back. And the exhaust does enough work there, and 369, bit of an oopsie there. We've had a lot of pauses, Alex. He left. How could he? It's not like he has other things to do today.
Yeah, there were a lot of pauses. Sorry, I was just going to put things in my backpack.
Yeah, go do that. That's fine. I was just, you know, memeing. But yeah, we've had like 2 pauses already.
That was fun.
One before the 1v1. One as we got out of the rift. Probably been a solid 30 minutes of not that much happening as a result.
Okay, well, I'm off for real now, folks. Enjoy the rest.
For real,
of the
for real.
For real, for real.
No cap.
Well, can I leave you with any wisdom for this one? Short range comp assigns Varus into its Legion is not normally great. Equalizers will have to be good. Equalizers need to make sure that Rookie and Gala are not returning fire heavily.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I feel like the range advantage from IG gets really quite rough. On the other side, got the macro plays on both the Rising and the Talit to watch out for that next macro.
Fair enough. There you go. You heard it from the mouth of the colorcaster themselves. Good job there. I think there's some truth to that. The range advantage of this Jintalir could get a little obnoxious, even if I think the engage tools
a little bit more conditional, right? You need to handle a good Jin W, a good clear shove. Mako is your big ticket engage, and if you can mark or take him out, it's a lot harder. I think in the extended fights, Rumble and Rise and Shin's out, really annoying. I think that's a reasonable point about the range discrepancy we haven't really talked about here. Otherwise, Navi lurking in the bush. Doesn't know. Shy's used his Q. Still not pulling the trigger. The wind can become lightning any time. Now, there's your discharge. Stepping on forwards, the Halibut comes on down, and the needlework. Enough of a disengage. Ult earned, nothing else. Grubs spawn in a minute and a half. Cannon! No! He dropped the cannon to make this play. And the Shah will be forced to reset. IG, though, take the opportunity with the jungler topside to start up an early dragon on the bot side. What's with the golf commentary? I was having fun with it. Looking for the 4 iron here to get out of the bunker and make sure that the under par average is hit in the top lane. Of course, going up against the Shy, one of the real greats and last Masters winners here. Will be performing in the Ryder Cup a little later this year. How's that? How's my golf? That work? Sam, I don't know how to feel about this. Could you imagine the Shy playing golf? Would it be like Happy Gilmore? Just scream and run at it. Golf claps in chat. Got -1 in 3 chats at once. Alex, you're still here. Banana Stapper says, see you at the LEC. Have a good one. Okay, I've tried my best. Crisp is topside. I feel like I had a hangover just listening. Is that a good, that fantastic, excellent news? Almost 8 minutes without dying. It's a 369 wash. Oh, the shot, yeah, that's it. Shall we hit the ball, then walk out towards the cart before seeing where it lands? Yeah, that's about right. Ultra Instinct golf player Gala and JJ and Mako all topside alongside the jungle bots of Top Esports. Wind became lightning. Really was just a stiff breeze. Grub 1 secured. Deadly Flourish onto Chris. 369 exhausted. Throws down the equalizer. Shy continuing to run, looking for another snip. There's a shield. Stays alive, but the HP bar is significantly better for the Shy. Ult for ult. Flash blown by 369. The flash coming back up by 369. I apologize. JJ gets a second grub. Engage goes on to Chris, who now begins to burn his own ult. Doesn't have it, I apologize. Take it back. Weaver's Wall comes on in. Curtains are called. That was Top Esports, an awful spot as the Shies come on in. And they extract. Jackie Love in danger. Needs to flash. Deadly Flourish just wide, but can't run far enough away. As JJ picks up the kill. Good skirmishing from IG. 369 with the health bar low, wasn't really able to come on down in the way the Shy was. That man advantage came back to bite them there. Kill and 2 of the grubs. It's a win for IG. Let's have a look at it again. They try to jump onto Gala. Chains of Corruption land, but he gets the cleanse and gets to back away to safety. And then things get interesting. Double Shattering Strike into the crash down. And IG just have more people here faster. And it's a really good realm warp out. Really is. The problem is it then leaves Jackie Love to get hit by the slow, to flash away and not quite be able to escape. Costs a fair number of summoners on both sides, but it is still IG that come out with more to their name.
Looking for something?
That's fine. That's fine. Alex came in and was just leaning over me looking through his drawers. And I was like, does he need something? The answer was yes, but he couldn't find it. So be it.
think both would have died if Rookie hit the shove there. Yeah, maybe. Hang on, Mako's gone very deep there. Could be in a lot of danger. Crisp on the other side still doesn't quite have the ult available. The equalizer, though, was the GG off. That means the Shy's also now in danger, trying to sniff his way through to have safety. Just another set of needles. 369 low. Wind becomes lightning in the Shy. Under the turret. Kanavi in danger, flashes away, flash for the Darking Daggers, it lands onto Jackie Love though! Chains of Corruption, trying to out the JJ, still gonna have the trample, proc arrow, audacious charge! Dogs brought to heel. Well then. It's a couple kills back to top esports. One for the Shins out, one for the Rumble. That's good news for them. 369 is actually quietly a significant amount of CS ahead of the Shy. Some of these plays that the Shy has gone to get involved with have cost him a little bit of the CS that he might otherwise been able to pick up. Evens out to about 20 CS, but still a pretty significant margin here at the 12-minute mark. Dragon number 2. Going to be started by Top Esports. First one was secured by Invictus Gaming. JJ's around. We'll note the Dragon's been started. I think we might be getting ready to fight again, folks. Screams here. Throws out some Spell Flux. And an Overload. EQ, EQ, EQ. Chris goes forward. Gets the pull of the pack out. Sidestep means that Chris avoids the Deadly Flourish. Top side. Needles begin to fly. So has another set to work with in the Shy. Chunks 369 out to about half. It's got an equalizer. There's an exhaust though from the Shy. Could theoretically look for a dive here in the side. And 369 just says, yeah, no, we will equalize this wave. This is a minion there, but claims the rest. And Varus in the mid lane with the poke option. One of the best champions at mid lane control. Between the autos and the AoE on 2 abilities on such low cooldown, and multiple different build paths, you can pretty much wrestle command of that wave away from nearly anyone, assuming no outside intervention, which does occasionally happen with our Varuses. Mako. Looking for potential angle onto Jackie here. Can't quite find the full tilt engage forwards. So, Herald started. Top Esports coming across. Looking to fight this one out. Teleports come flying. We are getting a contest. Nice nab by JJ.
Flash over the unraveled earth, and Rookie caught in a 1v1. Forced to flash away. GJ still fighting engaged. Jackie's in danger, caught between a rock and a dog place. Kanavi with the Crescent Guard running will buy some time. Rune Prison onto Gala, who will cleanse away. Now Cream's in danger. Mount up onto the rise, who goes down. They do bring down JJ at least. Kanavi gets that one, but now Rookie on the other side could look for this play. Not a lot of mana. Gonna get that seismic shove and finds the additional pick. Win for Invictus Gaming. 3 dead. Do get the Herald. Kanavi, sorry, GJ dies to pick it up. Curtains are called, alright. 369 tagged with 1 bullet. Misses 2. Bullet 4 goes wide as well, and Gala. 1 out of 4. That's not earning him a trip to the Ryder Cup, is it? Jackie flashes out a part of it. The problem is, Rookie's just flashed out the back of the pit from Kadavi, and he's just going, well, I guess I'll throw some rocks at you then. First buys a bit of time, but the exhaust onto 369 flashed out of the snip, and that's all well and good. JJ dies to pick up the Eye of the Heralds. Mako and Rookie have more than enough in the tank to bring down Kanavi. Oshol played Jim one time in ARAM and didn't know how to shoot his ult, so I popped it and just stood there. You press R again, for the record, for those of you who don't know. But that's very cute. What do I do? Just press R! I have! Press it again! I plopped it and clicked on the side. Yeah, I've done that one before. It's like, cool, I'll click it. Then you just move. You go, whoops. Cancel the ult there. Herald summon mid lane. Dragon would be second for either team. Top Esports willing to play this one. Herald charges in mid lane. That tier 1 in mid surely going to fall. Chris headbutts away. It doesn't matter. JJ's the Prince of Thieves. He's won 2 smite fights in a row. Jumps into the backline. Jackie Love dives. They will kill the Rel at the very least. Kanavi in danger as the Hound's Pursuit comes on down. The Shy going to be rooted up. Will not quite get the snip. Goes down. Makes it a 2 for 2. Cream gets the double. JJ down to 20% HP. Deadly Flourish lands onto the right, but he's so damn tanky at this point. Spell Flux, Overload, trying to roll Morb out. Gets 2 away. Crisp, though, dodges 1 shot. Dodges not the second. Third one goes wide for the 4th. It's not even going to be needed. Rookie secures it. 3-4-2. Another win for IG. So the Dragon got secured. At that point, JJ gets to re-engage. They get the kill onto Dracula, and he's kind of dead to rights. Kanavi tries to buy some time. It does an okay-ish job of it. But the rest of his team's backed off to deal with the Shy, and they do kill him off. So at this point, you're going, okay, 2 for 2. Playable, and Cream says, I've actually got a lot of HP here. I can step forward and look to put some threat down, and does a decent job. The problem is Cream is not fully locked and loaded yet. And it's a good realm warp out. The problem is Chris doesn't get in to the escape shuttle. And IG still have the curtain call available. Start shooting cows in the lane. That's how that metaphor goes, right? Jackie. Very swift for that Ghost Blade away. It's now down 30-odd CS and an item, though, to this Jhin, who is in a very scary spot. I'm trying to find a comfy place to put my legs. There we go. Is that going to work? Kind of works. Yeah, it'll do. Comfy position found. Lounging here. Atacana. Two on and two for this Gwen. 2 items for the Neferi. Not quite there for the Talir, but that's okay. Rise is getting there. Rumble's not in an awful spot. Really is a bit of a discrepancy in bot lane that's hurting most of all right now. .369 just gets jumped on, flashes away, but not out of the crash down. In comes Konami, they're looking to turn around. Mako now in danger. They've gone really deep for this. Teleport's coming flying on through, but they will surely lose. Mako, 369, low, not down. Konami, exhausted, takes out the Neferi though. Despite that, the Shy will get one back. Trying to run after that Rumble, and they do make it a 2 for 2 right now. Jungle support for jungle top. Not bad for top esports. You'll take that, especially with the teleport burned. Double teleport out of that. The flash on Gala. The flash on Mako. Gala eats half its HP bar afterwards. 18 seconds. As Rookie flies away to safety to keep the mid lane kind of okay. That's a big win. Only flash available for IG is on JJ. Majority of the top esports. Of course, 369 and Kanavi down there. This could be important. Chris tried for the headbutt there onto Rookie, couldn't quite do it. I appreciate the attempt. So, Dragon's up. Soul point for IG. A little bit awkward in that last play, I'm not going to lie to you all. Cream roaming the river. Shy and Rookie. Eat some damage from their former bot laner. Mega hit by the wind becoming lightning. Very rude how it does that. Dragon looks like it's going the way of Invictus Gaming. Top esports not realistically able to contest. Soul point IGs. Still no turrets for top esports, which is a bit miserable for them. I wonder whether 369 could have gone and claimed that turret. Might get it now. Is he arranged for local gold? Yes, he is. Clears up the wave. Reset. This should be the second item, one would imagine. Going towards the Rift Maker, which I think would make some sense in this game. Shanjie doing well here. 31% of the damage is the Shy right now. A good game on Gwen. They have been the catalyst for a lot of the action, have this top jungle. JJ and Cream trading out. Are they really doing this? Okay. Flashes and Realm Warp still. Cream burns the flash but gets out to safety. 3 ults burned for the flash ult of Creep. Can they start Atacam with the 3 ults down? They might be able to, you know. Here we go. Oops. IG, have you fumbled this? Shy has his ult. He's around. Not going to be getting a good angle on in here, though. Here we go. Why's not here? Does have TP. Maybe he has to burn it soon. Down to 5,000 HP. JJ on the other side. Deadly Flourish lands. On to Crisp, who headbutt pulverizes. Steals it again! No! Konami! Third smite fight lost. You just can't keep missing the smites. He was headbutted into a wall and JJ still hits the smite. Crisp was on a ward, thought he was safe, was not. Control ward safety not there. And top esports now run for the hills. JJ is still there. That is disastrous. That's Delta. And then it's Baron afterwards. Well, if the game wasn't won already for IG, it certainly is now. Well, how on earth did JJ get the smite in here? Oh, even mid headbutt into the wall, he's in range. Bloody hell. Chain to corruption onto Kanavi. Crescent Guard keeps him alive. A minute until Soul for Invictus Gaming. With Baron, these waves are all going to be very shoved. Oh, damage on the 369. Rookie into the backside, finds the seismic shove. 2 members down. IG crashed down onto Cream, exhausted, nowhere to go. JJ gets the reset. Jackie dead. Hound's Pursuit, the bleed. Kanavi ticking, ticking, ticking. Not quite down. Deadly Flourish just wide. Hound's Pursuit not available for the call of the pack. Was enough. Eviscerate over the wall. Invictus Gaming strike first on the blue side game. Top esports cannot skirmish, cannot manage the range discrepancy, cannot manage that early snowball. R buttons to be IG1 draft, you reckon? What do you like? What's your thoughts on IG's draft? Like, don't get me wrong. I think the Sejuani Braum's a good combo. I think the Glacial Prison, the Gravity Field is good zone control. You've got a lot of AoE in the team fight. Like, I don't think IG've got a bad draft per se. I just need to see how the Nidalee will work into the Jace. Because I think IG's draft is bad. I just fear for the team fight to post about 2 items. Grass stacks. Ooh. Well, grasps. Be grasping. Level 2 race 1 by the shot. Junglers pathing in opposite directions. JJ on his Raptors. Kanavi should be onto his fairly shortly as well. Plus winning lanes, not much poppy value. Yeah, the poppy value I can somewhat agree with, though I'll say... yeah, no, that's true. The poppy value is not that high this game. Denied something like Rookie going towards something like the Silas. I'll say that. Which might have been a consideration. Or the Akali, right? So, denied some of that. You think the lanes are winning? I certainly think the Nidalee's going to be really obnoxious early on. I think Azir Victor's a wash. Ezreal alone is better than people think. Not Heimerdinger is not much better. I'm not sure I agree with that. JJ and Kanavi trading out. HP bar trades. There we go. apparently hard to pronounce that one. Relatively even there.
像盾牌一样。看腿。
Hammer shot comes on down. Kanavi in the enemy jungle, looking to potentially steal away this blue buff. Shy left lane there, and so Kanavi decides better of it. Well, dive happens. 369 in danger. Permafrost lands. Shy misses the spear. Still healing up. This gets a bit tricky. Turret aggro dropped. Kill secured. Nicely managed. Another dive is there. The Shy will likely die for this now. Can he execute out? Primal Surge. Nowhere to be seen. Has no mana. Shuffled under the turret. Costs another ult. But the Shy dies. Does cost a plate or two in mid lane, though. Jace will reset and get over towards it. Rookie's going to be farming this wave up. Ends up being a cost here. Is he going to play for that second plate? I don't know if he is. Might be happy enough with a singular plate trade. Grub spawning. 369 on the reset. After his death, will be around. Cream doesn't have TP, so might be a little late to this one. Doesn't matter that much, though. His top esports in prime position to fight that one, as GJ will instead head towards his dragon and look to trade out objectives. IG doesn't seem to believe in grubs? No. Wouldn't give that up fairly regularly. Slight gold lead to them. Mostly around that top side. Hasn't led to anything game-breaking as yet. Trying to keep this Jace down. Understandable. Not really led to a huge CS lead as yet. Victor building towards Roa. Doesn't look like a Seraph's too. It's probably like the Roa Leandries build, I suspect. Navi is down towards this bot lane. So is Mako, though. As is Crisp, actually, for that matter. Scuttle Crab secured. Q goes wide. Charged into the wall, but Mako doesn't care too much yet. Good Glacial Fissure here, might look to do so. And the bullet time interrupted by Kanavi's Keeper's Verdict. Emperor's Divide keeps two away. The Shy in the backside, Permafrost down. 1 for 1. TPs begin to fly from every direction. The Shy halts away. Gala around. 369 now in danger. The acceleration gate comes on down. The Shy Crisp slowed down. Solar Flare doesn't mean a damn thing. A double for the Shy. That was not the best TP I've ever seen. Jackie will get this wave shove. That's kind of it. And Gala's like, yeah, well, I'm a misfortune. Watch me press W and be here in 2 seconds flat. You'll never see a woman in heels move so fast. Shy, TP's back on in. Has got a red buff to the name and a full Trinity Force. Oh my days, this is going to get really annoying now 4 and 1. All of the kills for IG on the Shy's Nidalee. How good is it really? Who the hell knows? But when it's the Shy, it doesn't seem to matter, huh? Grass proc down, throws out a Primal Surge. And Cream down about a half HP himself. The Shy was born to play this champ. It does feel like it sometimes, doesn't it? Look at his little love heart chin. Minute till the next dragon. Couple till the next herald. Zoned out for a second there, guys. Sorry. Getting a little pleepy over here. Zeus Nidalee is questionable, is a bit. Shy can't quite get that additional plate. Still, 1,400 gold ahead on the Nidalee is a bit scary. Jackie lost about a third, that's the correct measurement of his HP there. Shy chunked out a little himself. Eating a bit of combo from 369. Crisps there. And unfortunately, so was IG. They will pounce on forwards. The solar flare comes on down. Shy pounces, looks for a javelin toss, can't quite land it. The Brom was waiting. The heart is the strongest muscle. After my fist in your face. Well, there goes the Celestial opposition. MF with that evil giggle. Get you anything with that evil smile. Everybody's got a elo booster on speed dial. Hey, hey, I wanna be a pro player. I want the Yordle on my team so they can annoy the enemies instead. Oh, that's fair. Celestial opportunities goes a coward's item, says Ocean Talk with a brownie face. Is the Shy and Zeus using TES, the Nidalee top? Feels like they're the two main ones. The Shy is still the one with all of the kills right now for IG, which is hilarious. Dragon just gets accused by top esports, which is nice. You've still got 2 kills on Cream, which is good news as well. It's going towards the Nash's second, so will be a legit threat on this is it. Given the opportunity. The issue's going to be that poor old 369 is like, why is my enemy Nidalee 5 and 1? Why have I been dived 3 times? This is an outrage. Throws up the bushwhack. Shy goes to, or 369 goes to the sky. The Shy misses the javelin toss, but who cares about that when you can just auto repeatedly? Right. All 5 goods of Nidalee is crazy. King and play Nidalee top ones. That's true. It's a Shy that makes sense. ... Yeah, that's true. Flandre played it once and lost. Thank you, Castle. So there have been a few others. There you go. So what's that? That is Zeus of the Shy most notably. We've seen some from Kingen, some from Flandre, and I'm missing one. It's fine. Shy setting salt lane trends. Yeah, well, he always did have that habit. Scared of the 2-0s here. The Shy is a cute king compared to that. Yeah, it could get very annoying very fast. Shy misses another javelin toss. I've not seen him hit a javelin toss yet. Not in the last 5 minutes. Been a lot going wide. Misses another. That's 3 in a row. Unimportant part of the Nidalee kit. Shy's lucky the auto attacks can't miss. There was a bit of that. 4 in a row. Keep count with me. Swipes. Hey, hit one! That's 1 in 5. Nidalee Q stops being an ability once boots exist. It does turn into that a little bit. What's the Shy doing? Took a while to decide where he was going. Going towards the Sundered Sky. He's TPing. So he wanders between multiple lanes and then TPs anyway. So questionable decision making and lane assignments there. 1 and 6. Grass prop. Shuffle. Flash. Pounce. In danger now. Solar Flare lands. The Shy only hit with the slow. Doesn't really have anywhere to go. Hops over the wall. Gets a decent amount of damage down, but it's just not enough. And Mako turns up, but it's too little, too late. I wonder whether a flash to the heal might have been enough. First turret to top esports. As the Keeper's Verdict drops in mid to knock the wave away. Mako in a bush. Glacial Fissure lands onto Jackie, who hops away. Winter's Bite slows or cleanses the slow. Mako eats a lot of damage. JJ won't go over the wall. .369 gets an opportunity to shove on the other side with the grubs. Big chunk. Halves the gold lead as well then between the Shy and .369 with that death. Gets another turret as well, IG, for all the work they were putting in. Don't get any of the turrets. Let's have a look again. It's the Shy. Gets shuffled by Cream. Tries to flash out to safety. Heals himself. Hit with the Solar Flare. Realizes he's not going anywhere. Goes, cool, maybe I can get some damage down onto Cream. Does, but it's nowhere near enough. And dies. All the while, of course, 369 was shoving the other side as well, so you win on both sides of the map. Big win. Why didn't he flash the Azirault? He should have, is the honest answer. I think he thought he could deal with it and couldn't, and then was like, okay, well, now I'm in trouble. Next objective decides feats. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Ult's largely up and available. Shy around. IG. Glacial Prison lands on Kanavi, times out the Keeper's Verdict. A little early on that smite, but the Crisp going to have to flash away anyway as the Winter's Bite and Concussive Blows were stacking. Second item done for this Azir makes him very scary. There's a feat of strength for IG. Eats a Shock Blast. Muramana transformation done for this Jace. IG had a pretty good win con, and then they ended up dropping a little bit of it. Still favored to win the game, but not crazy so. Shy reset. Probably for a second item, you'd imagine. Did go towards the early steel caps. Gets Sundered Sky. Jace stopping off on only brown boots to want to get towards that second item completion ASAP. Don't blame him for that. Herald into mid lane. Secures that turret. Hey, Cynic. Good to see you. Yeah, I remember Sven saying you shouldn't be hit by javelins if you have a mouse. Yeah, I remember that statement. IG. Trading out with Cream here. Javelin toss goes wide. Gromp secured. Cream beginning to become a bit of a menace here. Very obnoxious with these two items, trying to siege onto this tier 2. Wave is cleared. Not very freely, and JJ burning pretty heavily there. Victor gets the wave shoved topside. But like top esports here in significant force. I don't think the Shy has anywhere near enough safe wave clear to stop that going down. They delay it for a wave, but no longer than that. Feels like Azir would really benefit from Moralize in this game, but maybe they never built on Azir. Yeah, it's not really. It's too slot inefficient. Atakan snuck away by top esports. That's a nice win for them. Victor claims the top tier 1 at least. Knowing trade, I think, by IG. Gives a fair number of petals over to top esports. Not, and they obviously empower their grubs. Atacom for 1 HP top tier. Yeah, not my favorite trade either. And Azir soldiers do slow you anyway. Yeah, exactly. I think it's the Q, Karzo, if I remember correctly. Don't know what JJ is doing. Yeah, I think that was an IG group call rather than just JJ. I think that's a bit of a hard one to say. But they clearly said, look, we are not in a position to do this. We'd rather play for the turrets. That's what they do. B6 now in a position where he can clear the way from the face of the Nidalee, and the Nidalee just kind of has to deal with it. Mid lane tier 1 will fall now. No way that sticks around. Essence Flux from the Ezreal. Plus an auto was enough to bring that one down. Mako puts up the door, tries to read the shift, doesn't. Of course, Mako, last year, was with Jackie Love as his bot lane pairing. It was Jackie and Mako were the top esports bot lane. There's a lot of ex-Jackie Love colleagues on the other side of the rift. Even if obviously the ones that people will often remember as Rookie in the Shy because of that legendary IG roster. Top esports roster last year was hardly a slouch. Top tier bot tier 1 does finally fall. Took long enough. 3-3 now in those structures. Well, take that back. 4th one because of course that tier 2 bot fell as well for top esports. Still not used to only 3 grabs. In fact, it's only been a day or so. Rookie shoving up towards the spot side. Gravity field down. 2369 with the easy route in. Gala here with the rest of IG. Should claim that tier 2. They're in enough force. Top esports start a roam over, but no TPs or anything, so IG should be able to run away, I think. Q and then extends the range a little bit there, does Cream. Shunted into the wall is JJ, but heroic charge. He stuns up that Sejuani for a second or two. Empowered Merc Treads. Tries to the wall again. Solar Flare. They really want this. Mako flashes over the wall. Stays alive. Shy. Pouncing away. Looking to try and return the favor for this tier 2 top side. Mako resetting. Rookie's around. Should be able to wave clear this. X-Tech Ray comes on down. Siphon Power Auto. Three and a half minutes until the next dragon. 2 dragons apiece currently. Seeker's Arm Guard picked up for Rookie as well, so it has that Zhonya's stasis to work with. Same for Cream, actually, for that matter. Both mid laners. Somewhat matching builds. The Roa and Nash's discrepancy is one thing or the other. Of course, the Chain-Laced Crusher's upgrade in for Rookie, whereas the Blighting Jewel early for Cream. Assuming doesn't have to blow the Arm Guard on too awkward a timing. Can theoretically finish off the Void Staff before needing to complete that Zhonya's. Have seen that be a regular choice. Slow game over the last 10. Mako. It's alright, gets the hop back. 369 with 3 items now on this Jace. Still has to complete his boots. Just wanted all that damage. Shy was the one who was fed a lot of resource. Gonna have to deliver now on this Nidalee, which I don't know how easy that's gonna be. The scaling is a bit mixed on that champion, I think it's fair to say. Knock up on 2. Mako and JJ the target. Glacial Prison back onto Kanavi. The health bar is a lot lower for IG. Resets coming on through. Baron now being rushed by Top Esports. Here we go. Resets completed. They don't go too far. I wondered. JJ interrupted his back just in case. Down at half HP. Kanavi goes over the wall onto the Shy. Doesn't take too much damage though. He's still pretty tanky on this. Between the grasp, the Sundered Sky, the healing from the Primal Surge. Not actually that easy to chunk out the Nidalee in a way that's meaningful. For most of the year, Jackie Maker were the best bot lane in the LPL, and then they just had that summer playoffs. I agree. Top Esports summer playoffs was a generational fumble by that bot lane. I don't know what Mako was on, but it was some of the worst play I've ever seen from that player. IG2 passive. Yeah, I think the other thing is they're lacking wave clear into Azir, Ezreal, Jace. It's not been fun of them to try and actually leverage split push win cons. And Poppy's keeping them quite accountable in terms of the ability to just knock people away. I agree that they have probably been quite passive in a way that I'm not sure has been that helpful for them. It does mean now you've got 2-3 items on some very scary carries. Shojin's done on the Ezreal now. Building towards a 4th item. The Azir we've already chatted about is nearly a Void Staff. Yeah. This is scary. 25 seconds on Cloud Dragon. It'll be soul point for either team. Nidalee, too tanky. Expect you to say, yeah, I mean, kind of is. It's a bruiser build. It's not an AP burst build, that's for sure. Floppy slam dunks, Nidalee. Yes, I do think that having the upgraded boots and the surprising amount of HP and the sustain with the various tools and inventory does make it a little bit tricky. Nice door there, denies the True Shot Barrage damage on the way. Very late reset from JJ. I think they're going to be very late to this dragon if they want to play it. It's down, isn't it? Yeah. Very late reset. So they want the fight afterwards, perhaps. JJ looking for an angle. Glacial Prison lands. Bullet time after forces Chris to jump away. Does get out to safety. Shy trading up with 369 on the other side. Keeper's Verdict interrupts that bullet time, and IG turn up. Too late. Don't really get that much value, and it's just some ults traded. Baron, though. Now a consideration. Okay. Here we go. There's a honey fruit there for Mako and Primal Surges, so. How aggressively do IG want to play this? 3 items done for Gala as well, who will stay. Cresp in danger, Glacial Fissure lands across a few. The Winter's Bite does its work, and the Leona dead to rights. Damage though back onto Mako, flashes over the wall, stays alive. Arcane Storm burning out Cream, who needs to back away. The Shive hops on forward to the Jackula, who was tagged with the passive. Allowed the increased range on that pounce. Jackie down to 10%. They can turn back towards the Baron. Mako's going to reset. Knavi at half. Looking to come and contest. 369 full HP. Victor may be in danger here. Rookie goes golden. Still has the flash. Maybe has to burn it. Has yet. Baron down. And IG manage it well. Rookie buys all the time he needs. That Zhonya's golden opportunity for them in more way than one. Now it'll be a little easier to shove. Lighting dual inventory for Rookie, trying to follow in the footsteps of Cream's build. Have a look again, Crisp. Tagged up with the permafrost and the concussive blows and dies a horrible death. And Mako still had flash, so gets to heal and jump over the wall in a second. As Knavi has to flash out to safety as the Arcane Storm is doing its work, and the Shy doing a lot of damage to Jackie, forced him to back away as well. A lot of structures on the board available to be claimed here by IG. A fair number of tier 2s in the base. In their eyes. Nidalee left to split push towards that top side, gets that wave shoving. Will be likely then rotating towards mid lane to get that one rolling. As Rookie has got a wave working in bot lane. Gala turning up as well. Tries to get the double up poke onto the Azir. Can't quite land it. He's far enough away. Shy has to be a bit wary here. Lands a javelin toss. Again, doesn't really mean all that much with this build. GG, potentially to spot a bother as the teleports come on through. That's Rookie resetting for the completed Zhonya's. Gravity field put down prevents Cream stepping forward to threaten with the Sand Soldiers. 20% HP on the turret. More like 10. Cannon still there. Gala steps up with the Bloodthirster. Can tank up a fair number of those hits. The Shy in mid lane, escorting this cannon minion forwards as 369 will go to the skies and do what he can to clear this one out. Shy, though, feels very unthreatened, getting jumped on, flashes away as Queen went looking for him. JJ throws out that Glacial Prison, doesn't really land onto too many people. The bullet time, mediocre. Decent chunk onto Cream, that's about it. Big ults burned there by various members. Tier 2 still falls. 45 seconds left on the ban. Nearly at the rapid fire for the Misfortune, which will be a very nice change. Gives her that ability to get the love tap auto with all of that crit behind it. Really, really, really stings at this point in the game. Yeah, she basically just does double damage at this point in the game on one of those autos. And then that can crit as well. So you get a crit love tap. Youch. It's the reason you don't often see your MFs flashing for those love tap autos. Really sting. See whether we see one from Gala in a second or two. Looks to double up, can't quite land it. The Glacial Prison lands on Knavi. Glacial Fissure lands onto the backhand, but it's only onto the Leona. Keep his verdict wide. Bullet time down. Knavi down to about a third HP. Crisp also chunked low, but Mako, Shy, chunked a little, but they've got Primal Surge. They can heal. Towards Dragon they go. We soul point for IG. It's a 7 Dragon game minimum. If one was getting the soul, It's Jova, guys. IG is the weakness of top esports. There is something to it, isn't there? Somehow, top esports will always fumble versus IG. It's just never easy. It's not done yet, of course. Crit Bloom just done for the victor. Bit more healing. Bit more ability haste. Don't hate it here, actually. Get that first kill. Keeps you topped up through a lot of that poke. QSS just built up for the Shy. What's he planning to QSS? I guess the Solar Flare. Or the wall stun, I suppose. Hard to lock this Nidalee down now, at the very least. Spectral Maw. Also in inventory. Sorry, not Spectral Maw, Spectral Cowl. Glacial Fissure, Glacial Prison, sorry, over the wall. Cleanse out of Jackie Love. Decent summoner spell to have earned. Toppy or Rookie. Knocked up. Tension danger. Throws down that gravity field. Now Kanavi's really deep. Phase rushing away to safety. Mako down to about half HP. 369 needs a bit of damage himself. Backs away. The Shy hops. Gets out to safety. Kanavi is bloody quick with the phase rush. They're onto Baron now. They've got the health bar advantages. Mako down at 20%. Needs to be wary. 369 on vision. Down a half is this Baron. JJ can look to steal. Stole so many already, but Baron is secured. Looking for the bullet time across multiple members. Kanavi flashes out to safety. Does so, but is left top esports without two of their members. A 3v5 in the river for the moment. Looking for angles. So Shy lands a spear. Jackie Love splitting off as well. They're flashing on forward for the Winter's Bite. Lands onto Jackie Love. Trading back. Can't quite get the damage. The Shy on a 1v2. Continue to trade on out as IG, Cape Top Esports split apart. Kanavi chunks one out as the Brawn. Hit with the true shot barrage. The Shy is in danger. Even with the QSS, can't keep hopping away. He's dead. They lose 2. 369 to the backline. Gets Gala. And Top Esports have found 3 in the blink of an eye. There's 50 seconds on nearly all of the wave clear. What on earth happened there? That was a messy moment. IG trying to pick people off of the split fights and get split themselves. The Shy with Flash, with QSS, cannot stay safe somehow, some way. Mental stuff. Rookie trying to stay alive. Does have the Flash, needs to use it. Gets out to safety. Still has the Zonyas to work with. JJ, tanky as hell. True shot barrage, tags on a Rookie. Needs to get back to the fountain and heal. Mako's back up. 20 seconds on Gala. Keep your eyes on it. Keep his verdict. Doesn't land onto Rookie. Tower's falling. Mako nearly dead again. JJ in danger. Kanavi low. Does not die. Rookie. Friends creep. Goes golden. Tries to get some more damage down, but the Rookie will die. We're going to 3. Top Esports find the Baron and hold the line. We're not. Is that versus a Yorick? How exciting. But on to the Rift we go. Set the crowds yell for one final time today. Now let's get ourselves ready for one final one. Holy moly. Oh, they're loud, aren't they? Valiant effort from both sides in our crowd there, even if the IG crowds are obviously forever winning a lot on that one. You're awake? I thought you fell asleep. No. I went for a bio break, got myself a fresh cup of tea, a blue tea. It's been a long stream. We are live. How long are we been live now? Over 8 hours. We are 8 hours, 17 minutes in. Damn. In other words, quite late. Lucian Nami on one side. Into Kaiser Blitzcrank.
JJ on that Lilia. Oh my days. Well, if that ain't a flippy bot lane, I don't know what is. Lucian's gonna have to do things like manage the Dark Procession, the Lilia, the Orianna Shockwave, dodge out on those Blitzcrank because you've got the tools to do it, but you do need to. IG, you want Gala's Kai'Sa rolling. Got a bit of setup with the Shockwave and the Lilia ult, but it's not the easiest. Flash forward from Mako at the level 1 for that Power Fist. But then they're going to start jumping on forward to their own autos. Heal burned, barrier burned. Doesn't really win the race for level 2 per se. Is Cream down low as well. Command attack dissonance had to be flashed from. It's a phase rush, not a comment, but still. JJ is around. He split the map. Can look for an aggressive play here. Skarner's coming. But he's going to realize there's some camps missing. Swell Seed lands. Jackie will throw some damage back, though the Ardent Blaze is good. Watch Mako on the side. Body blocked by Crisp. Trying to get the knock-up. Does so into the hook. Damage back is good. Crisp against the flash. Where's Gala? Looking for the last auto. Gets it! But now Kanavi coming on down. Driven into the wall is JJ. But the deer is still alive. And Gala takes the Lucian. Not quite as he actually gets the Conqueror healing. Mako now low. Trying to get the shield. Does so. The passive coming on forwards for that one. Dash on forwards. Double auto. No vision. Kanavi will be tasked with bringing down the little robot that could. Wally, as in walled, with an E from Kanavi. Knocked up into the air. That's a very powerful fist. That's a mountain-sized scorpion. Oh, the blaze! And the Lucian goes 2-0-1. Full core fields on back. Feats of martial mastery secured. Still a few more to get the full feats of strength. But my days, let's look at this again. Because JJ has invaded. Nabbed the blue, nabbed the Gromp, lands the early Swell Seed, but then Jackie and Chris just turn and burn. But then Mako says, I think we can still play this. There's no heal on this Nami. We can turn her into sushi. Gala flashes with a W, gets that last auto, and then looks to turn around. But with Kanavi here, it splits multiple members off, and Gala is a bit split on his targeting. As Jackie flashes away as Mako went to look for that empowered auto with the Rocket Fist. Can't do it, or the Power Fist rather. Had no rocket grab up and available. The early cooldowns on the Blitzcrank notoriously high. We said it was going to be a knife fight in bot lane. It was, in fact, a knife fight in bot lane. Shy having a pretty good time into the Ambessa up here. Ambessa can get out of the Dark Procession easy enough. You still don't have a lot of fun into the Morning Mist spam. Nice fear from Cream. Level 2 still is Mako. Oh, man. Well, glad we got entertainment. And thank you very much for all the additional subs, by the way, guy. Makyoda for the gift sub. Kitari, Danakashi, Grumpy, Harold. Got to level 5 on that. That's super cool. Up to 560 subscribers again, guys. That's amazing. Really is special. Did we get to see any of the golden cappers? Anybody use them? We did have a golden capper. Makyoda with one. Ooh, wow, exciting. Look at that. Spicy. Only our gift has got those. Whoa! Golden cap. Mako bet the house on top. Wow. That's a dark comment, Kazel. This stuff. Got Jade Oolong taking the spot right now. Kanavi has to seed his Raptors. Is down a fair number of camps at this point. JJ is getting to invade pretty on repeat here. The Orianna shove into Cream early. Problematic. Shockwave now. Mako's roamed as well. Good fireball. Misses the fear. Was looking to see whether JJ would overstep forwards. Now Mako split off a little bit from his team. Do they want to play for the robot? Upheaval. Picked up. Is there a blast cone? I don't know if there is. Driving through the wall. Power fist there. Public execution. Mako nowhere to go. It's a level 3 Blitzcrank. But wait, Invictus Gaming here. Looking to play this one out regardless. It's Kanavi in a 1v4. Crisp, Jackie coming over the tray. Dash on forward. Upheaval lands. Spiraling despair on a JJ. That deer is eating the meaning of fear. Jackie Love with a 3rd kill of the game on the reset. Oops. Went to go defend Mako. May regret that. Knavi's losing camps. It's annoying. But the recipient of all the gold is Illusion, who is now 1,000 gold up. That's before first item. That's before level 6. Gets quite interesting, that one, doesn't it? Do I have the golden capper? That's a question. Oh, I do. Oh, look at that. How exciting. Crowd loving it. Mako running around and inting. I mean, he's having a good time. It's the Blitzcrank way. Though he is level 3 to level 5. He's not even got any XP. Look at his bar. He's not even close to level 4. Oh, boy. Well, roaming support things. Jackie Lovelution into a low range comp. That's going to be good. Yeah, could be spicy. No one's going to want to tank a culling. They are so close to 6. Jackie's going to hit 6 on this wave. Gala's already about 2/3. There's kill pressure here. Flash is about to come up on Jackie as well. They know they need to reset. They're on vision. Bloody hell, guys. You're on vision. Aqua Prison. Who's looking? Ardent Blaze, double auto. Everyone deserves a second shot. Perhaps about 10 or 12, depending on how many culling shots you can get off. There's a 2-tier kappa system in chat right now. Those with the golden caps and those without. Sorry about that. God, not even level 6 with the Lucian lead. I know. Mako is still level 3. Aqua Prison just wide. There's the culling. It's not great. Vague chunk onto Gala. No mana on Jackie. The Shy just walks by the attempted Ixtal impact. Upheaval lands. 369.5. There's the Impale into the public execution. JJ left to die. Now the Shy in a 1v2. Dark Procession already down. The Omni Vamp is good. How long until the morning mist? 369 needs to be a bit wary of the ghoul damage, but it's not late enough into the game to be truly threatening. Still a flash onto the Shy, so it wasn't in any real extended danger, I don't think. Towards the dragon we go. 30 CS diff top lane. Yeah, Yorick into the Ambessa is a bit miserable for the Ambessa. Or can be, at the very least. Now 369 gets donated to Gil. Congrats. Yeah, it's a good spot. Grubs. Where do they go to? IG. Well, that's unusual. Navi with the Impale. Shy flashes away. Driven into a wall, but that's Knavi now in a 1v2. Put back. But there's still the tidal wave. The healing comes through onto it. Jackie Love hit with a swell seed, threatened with a lilting lullaby. Cream throws down the spiraling despair onto Rookie spiraling bolt. A cool comet! The comet kill! K2 extinction event. Not the dinosaurs dying. I suppose Rookie's been playing long enough. The meme might be true. Jackie hops forwards. Gala loses half his HP as well. It's a good day for the LPL when Lucian becomes viable again. Yanked back his rookie. With that crushing maw into the severing bolt. Spiraling despair combo. 369 in danger. But not for long. Here comes Kanavi. Needs to be a bit wary though as the goals come on forwards. Upheaval down. Gets the heal with the last rites. Looking for a bit more damage. Flash. Gets the repudiation shield. Brings them down. Cream. Severing bolt to kind of nowhere. Lilting Lullaby comes on down. Mako. Looks for the hook. Flash away. Cream survives. Rookie. Should at least get a plate up here. Damage. Mako gonna die. Does so. Nice work. Gala forced the barrier. Hop on forward from Jackie. Looking for the auto. Steps out of the blooming blows. Could keep hunting forwards now. Relentless pursuit. Another auto set. And the piercing light. The double taps do their work. Jackie 5-0-1. IG. Deer in the headlights. 0-4 for JJ. He's had a really good series. This isn't it, though. Mako in danger. Aqua Prison! And another kill. The rocket grab does nothing. A little bit of a disco groove for Crisp. Gala in threat there as the barrier comes on down and Jackie back steps on the blooming blows and JJ left out to die. The Tide Caller's blessing. An ebb and flow. And Nami's done her work as well. Now we've got that Imperial Mandate alongside the 2 items on this Lucian. Kanavi looking to drive Mako into the wall. That's a 4-level discrepancy in the jungle. Power Fist knock-up, Severing Bolt, forced Mako to backstep. Jackie Love gets to relentless pursuit forwards. Flashes away out of the shockwave. Pistol, watch out, Eep is in danger. Does finally fall. JJ flashing on out. Will likely get driven into the wall and dies. Gala looking for a kill potential on Chris, but he now split off himself. Does have no flash. No ult for 3 seconds. Dies. Cream gets that too. You killed off Jackie, but you lose 2 members for it. And Mako was dead beforehand as well. Well, the Shy trading out with 369. I think he's just dead. Is that a 1? But is that a... Hang on. No, Rookie's turned up. That turns it around a bit. Tries to get a decent amount of Omnivamp healing. Runs out of cooldowns finally. Bloody hell. 369 was really feeling it. Had himself the clips. For all he has a CS lead. Still 369 with a bit more of the damage right now. Jackie left alone in mid lane. No, the teleport was burned for that. Ow! Electrocute. Dragon. Started by Kanavi. Second of the game for them. Mako is finally level 6, chat. Oh my days, is he? Mako needs to be really wary about stepping forward to that one. There's a tidal wave, and the rocket grab hits absolutely nothing but air.
Jackie loves better. Steps some autos. Jackie? There were quite a lot of members there. JJ needs to be a bit wary here as Kanavi looking for an impale angle. Gets slowed down enough. Rookie also backing away. Cream's also around. How? Why did Jackie decide to step forwards there? What was that? I left my house for 5 hours. I come back. ... What the hell is going on? Yeah, I mean, LPL is happening. 3 series day. We're going to 8. Ooh, just out of range. Just out of range. .369 does a bit of damage to the Shy. Crisp's around, so is Kanavi. The Shy might have an unfun time here if he's not careful. Cream, just be a bit wary. Throws out the Gaze of the Abyss. There's a swell seed angle here onto Cream if he's not wary. Here we go. No TP's incoming. He knows he's in danger. Throws down the Fleeting Current. Nowhere to run. Throws out that Molten Fissure. Kanavi now in mid lane. Sieging for the tier 1 there. Will do so. 369 roaming down the lane, looking to shield, potentially be a public execution angle. Throws down the Molten Fissure, flashes out of the Shockwave and fails. Cream, he's dessert, isn't he? Spiraling Despair onto Mako. Mid lane tier 2 will fall though. Shoving aggressively. In they go though. GJ stuck under the turret, nowhere to go as public execution lands. 369 gets that one. The rocket grab lands onto 369. Who just goes, yeah, you sure about that, son? Rookie, no matter. No real way to keep on playing. Begins to speed himself up with the command Dissonance. That's enough to get out to safety, but the inhibitor turret is broken on the other side. Battle warning. Tier 2 about to fall as well. Can start driving on forwards. Mako lands the hook, but to one end, Jackie delivered another kill, courtesy of a FedEx option from Mako. 0, 6, and 4 on the Blitzcrank. Not what one would call the best Blitzcrank performance of all time, this. Chat, I did something stupid. I left to do something and I forgot this game was happening. I literally just thought CFO 2-0, my day is done. Like, ... You're missing out on absolute cinema as Cream fumbles the flash in quite extreme fashion and dies. Now, this is all we're going to do. Excellent, we can push this tower fight against the map. We've got 6 scrubs and no. Public execution. We're having venison for dinner, says 369. And Invictus Gaming go, all right then. Mako has to flash. Rookie gets to command distance and run away. But yes. Great Herald play. 3 turrets through mid lane into a turret down bot tier 2. Top Esports just slammed out a massive turret advantage. The map. All theirs to work with. A minute until next dragon. It'll be Mountain Soul Point. Good for your Skada. And there's not really too many tanks on either side. Those extra resists can be quite valuable into things like the Lucian Burst, the Orianna Shockwaves, those kinds of things. Hey, Renifer. Long time no see. How's life? Roddy up, says Limbani. Shout out to the Go to Graphics. Esteemed member of the Ruddy Sack organization. Welcome to the madness, is the LPL, my friend. We are 8.5 hours in. I am about to lose my brain. How's GSG looking this series? Had been looking great. Had some really fumbled engages, though, this game. And the Lucian and the Nami are... well, they got 1,000 gold ahead before level 6. And we're 3-0-1 after first jungle clear because of a really awful gank. So, this game has not been a great GSG game. But then again, you are playing Lilia and Blitzcrank with no other real engage when you need to kind of hit your skill shots. So there's a certain amount of playing with your face and praying that has not worked out very well for IG this game. Maidenless behavior from the Shy. Yep. It's pretty much GG. Kind of feels that way, Gunner Pawn, I agree. Navi drives forward. He's in a 1v2. Gets the Impale onto Mako, who gets out quickly enough. Flash off Rookie for that. Cream's now here. Throws down the Gaze of the Abyss. I know what they say about gazing into the abyss. It tends to gaze right back and root you there. It's a bad time for all involved, so people stay out of it. Every time I see Kanavi's face, I just want to kiss him. He's so plump and cute. Why do the Chinese community hate top esports? How could they? With cheeks like those. Mwah, mwah, mwah. What a statement. The Culling comes on through. Cream is once again feeling like dessert. Goes down. JJ goes golden. Lilting Lullaby is good. The problem is the public excuse in the back line. And Mako, alongside his AD carry, get blitzed. Courtesy of Ambessa and her blender. Drake count step comes on through. They've lost the Lucia, but I don't think they give a damn at this point. The Shy alone is the sole remaining member of Invictus Gaming. Looking a little less Invictus and a little bit more Invictus. Bring Baolan back from the old man car. Somewhere out there, a good friend of mine. Would agree with you. Soul point. The Lucian's got an infinity edge. Good lord. Not even got a second item for the Kaiser yet. Let's have a look at this again. So, honestly, not bad from GJ. You take what you can get. Mako lands a hook. They go, fantastic. Nuke him. And they do. GJ goes flashing for that Q3. Gets the Lilting Lullaby. Jumps onto Jackie Love. Who gets a heal. And therefore gets to murder some more people. However, that Blooming Blow still stings. I think there's command attack in there too. Either way, they did bring down the Lucian, but the problem is, at this point, it's not just the Lucian who's scary. Bloody Skarner's scary at 3-0-12 and enough stacks of the Heartsteel. The Ambessa we've just seen, all empowered by this Nami. He's throwing Imperial Mandate procs everywhere. It's not like the Quay, that's the name of that champion, took me a second, is exactly shy on damage either, despite going for the Banshee second. Very defensive build, but I think he can get through a few more rotations. Maker, blind hook. Nothing to be seen. Playing Blitzcrank with no vision sucks. You played for a pit comp. Get ahead, stay ahead. Wield the Yorick win con. That has not been the case. If this was Nata's Kaiser, the series would be over already. I mean, but who has Nata's Kaiser except for Nata? You know, Gala, he's all right on Kaiser. That's not about her. But it's on to Skarner, who may just, you know, ult you. JJ comes out of the golden and just drops Aspire into his own team. Not the greatest hook target of all time. Skarner just got the freest star of his life. 369 misses the public execution, just said. Let it be a warning to you. They'll claim the tier 2. I'm so confused. I mean, Mako hit a hook. He is now 0-9-6. Double-digit Blitzcrank game. The hook. It's not on. Was he looking for Jackie Love? No, this was an active choice to hook the Skarner. Oh! Sparring into spare hits everyone as well. Sometimes Blitzcranks just hit this point with a look. I just need to hit a hook, any hook. And I understand, sometimes you need that. The issue is that sometimes you go hooking and you find the bigger fish. And Qui-Gon's not there to save you. Mikhail's done for Crisp now. There's a Medjai's with 2 stacks in the inventory of Cream. It's a baby reader. The Hui feeling safe enough to go for something a little risky here. He doesn't need to be the primary damage source. I think he can afford to look for something that will snowball out as this 3rd item. Cheap completion there. Carla forced to flash. Impale anyway. The Kaiser ain't having fun now. The Gala. Unfortunately, the ribbons have been given to other members. Wrong show he's at. Mako down to half HP. 369. Running after him. We'll be able to do a bit of a ring around the rosy. Last cone full of posies, I guess. I don't know what they're full of. Hopes and dreams. Mako. Going no. 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 Mako! Mako! No, they're finally fighting! Death of the game! Let's go! Zero 10 power spike. This is where he's going to land like 3 god tier hooks in a row onto the Lucian. Are we? Oh, we are. Okay. The Hail Mary flip. JJ's just dying. He's just dying. Leave. All right, we're not going to watch the LEC. Game's over. Don't blame me not. Have a good one. I'm here for the chaos. Brace for impact, folks. Well, overcomes the tidal wave. Dragon secure, public execution. JJ is dead. Goes golden for a moment or two. Impale onto Mako. A little bit mistimed with Jeju. Does actually get to walk away, but there's still a Heartsteel proc. And the Tremors are flying. Gala will try to ult his way to safety. Won't do it. Jackie dashes one way to get in between them and splits the shots. He's got enough in the ammunition. Reserves for more than one. Flash, Aqua Prism, flash away from the Shy. But Kanavi can go driving through walls because that is a fair and balanced game design choice. Kanavi healed it. I think I just combined healed and shielded into one glorious word. Rookie hit with a Severing Bolt. Inhibited out. One of the top side under siege by 369. He won't stick around too long. Why does it make us hook the Drake so his jungler can't steal it? Is he stupid? Well, exactly. Just pull it over the wall. Exactly. We all know you can hook a dragon. Imagine if you had that as a buff to Blitzcrank. Imagine if Cinder was able to W Baron and dragons. Force of will? Nope. Goodbye. Baron now for top esports. Well, it ain't looking pretty here, does it, folks? Yeah. 3 items for Kai'Sa, 3 items for Rookie. Maybe a Shockwave combo onto Cream and Jackie Love and 369 simultaneously. Freeballed by Rookie. One of the best Orianna players of all time. Maybe that's your way back. Miracle-based defense. Swell seed on 1. It's only on to Kanavi. JJ goes golden. Buys some time, knock up. Kanavi, they're looking for an ult. Lands it onto the Blitzcrank, who flashes away and will die. Nothing to be found there. Still got a Shockwave to work with, but all the while, IG down. Desperately low. Nexus turtle down. What is Gala? Eviscerated mid-killer instinct. The only king who was being killed was himself. Needed some prey instinct because the flight or fight response went towards flight. Meant absolutely nothing. Nexus turret number 2 falls. No Shockwave, no hope. 2 members dead. The Nexus under siege and top esports. Pushed. Rough around the edges. But the game 3 was theirs from minute 1. Annihilate IG in the fights. And snowball into a decisive game 3 victory.